Let me know where you're streaming from today. Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. Grand Rising, please keep tapping on your screen as you join. Tap on your screen as you join. Tap on your screen as you join. From the UK, thank you so much. Please tap on your screen as you join in. Tap on your screen as you join in. Let me know where you're streaming from today. Grand Rising to you as you join. Grand Rising to you as you join. From Holland, Eshegonio, Adupe. Keep tapping on your screen, please. Very important. Those of you on TikTok, tap on your screen, please. Keep liking, keep sharing, keep tapping on your screen. Keep tapping on your screen. Eshegonio, thank you for that gift. Empress Queen, thank you so much. Tap on your screen. Those of you on TikTok, thank you so much. Keep tapping on your screen. Àbọrú Àbọyè, Auntie Toyin, Mosheogbu King, I can't really see that name. King Kelly, Eshegonio, thank you so much for the gift. We are more than grateful. Ashe Àbọrú, Àbọyè. Queen Empress, it's been a while. How are you doing? Greetings, greetings. Thank you so much for that gift. First name, thank you for the compliment. Thank you very much for joining. This is another episode of a Sunday morning live streaming. I say grand rising to you anywhere you are streaming from. Ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ kú ojúmọ́, nílé lóko lẹ́yìn odi níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń gbọ́ mi lénìí. Mo ṣe Àbọrú, Àbọyè, Àbọṣíṣẹ. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for the gift. Today we are going to talk about something very interesting, but please keep tapping on your screen. Those of you on TikTok, it's very important. Those of you on YouTube too, please keep sharing, keep liking and keep sharing. As you tap on your screen and you like, you are telling the algorithm that this is good content that other people want to watch. So the algorithm can refer this page or push this page to other people that need this content. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ilé-ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá College. Welcome to Ifá College, and I am the founder of Ifá College, Iyanifa Ewa, popularly known as Iyanifa Ewa. Thank you so much for joining. And on the Ifá College, what we do is teach you the undiluted, unwatered down truth about Ifá, about ÌṢÄШE, about our roots, about our culture, about our tradition, about our language, and about African spirituality as a whole. So this time every week I come live on this channel, the TikTok channel, which is Ifá College, and the YouTube channel, which is Iyanifa Ewa TV. We come live to teach on different topics that pertains to Ifá, that pertains to our culture and our tradition. Please like and share. Endeavor to like and share. Tap on your screen and share. Thank you so much, Empress Queen. Eshegonio, Adupe. So here we teach, and like I say, the difference between who you are right now and who you want to be is the knowledge you don't have. The difference between who you are praying every day to be, what you want to experience, is in the knowledge you don't have. Forget the idea that you have not prayed hard enough. How hard is hard? You have not prayed long enough. How long is long? Who gets to measure the length and the breadth of your prayer and is gaslighting you into thinking that you have not prayed hard enough? That is why you are not experiencing what you want. Barima, Barima, thank you so much from Germany. Eshe. So forget the idea that the divine and supreme being, God, whatever nomenclature is called in your language, needs you to pray more. Is a lie. There's no such thing as that. What you need is more knowledge. Everything you would ever need in your life, Ifá tells us that Elédùmarè has already established them on earth. So what you need is knowledge. The difference between me and you right now is what I know that you don't know, or what you know that I don't know. Grand rising, Eshe Pupo, please keep tapping on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing. So on Ifa College, we are here to bridge the gap of knowledge. A lot of you back in the day might have wanted to learn about your roots and your culture, about Africa, about the spirituality, the language, the way of life, and every other thing in between. But you did not have the time to travel down to Africa to be able to experience this. Now, Ifa College is here. Just at a click of your phone, you can access undiluted, unwatered down knowledge. You can learn to erase the misconception, and you can learn the truth about yourself, about who you are. So like I tell people, Ifa is not a fight against religion, no. Ifa is a fight against who you are right now as against who you are supposed to be. So the fight is actually with yourself. You are discovering who you are, who you really were, who your ancestors are. What is your path in this life? What's your journey? What are you here to do? Anyway, that is what we learn in Ifa. Is that okay? That is the idea of coming to Ifa and gaining knowledge. There are so many misconceptions that have been tied around our roots, our culture, our tradition, our color, our language, our dressing, and every other thing in between. And we're here to clear all those misconceptions. So if you are joining me for the first time, once again, I say Ojúmọ́ Ire o to those of you that are just waking up. Ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ káàsán, ẹ káalẹ́. Níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ń gbọ́ mi nílé lóko lẹ́yìn odi. I greet you, Moshe Ogbo Atoyin. Thank you very much for everywhere you are watching us from, all over Africa, all over Europe, to the US, to Canada, to Asia, to Australia. You are welcome. If you are catching me live for the first time, you want to follow this page, trust me. You see the kind of content you get from here is not something you find in so many other places. Yes. The comment section on YouTube is a proof of that. The comment section right here is a proof of that. Someone says, oh, big fan. Thank you so much. Secret Explain. Austin, I greet you in the name of our ancestors. So today we are talking about something very interesting. Really very interesting. Something that a lot of people don't want to talk about. But YouTube told me that a lot of you are searching for this topic. Because every weekend I go through the algorithm and I see how our videos are doing on YouTube, and I find out what people are searching for, what they are searching for on YouTube or on TikTok. And the algorithm said a lot of you have been searching for this. But then I went over to TikTok to check the information that have been put out there on this topic, and I find out that a lot of them are watered down and they are misinformation. So I decided to, talk about it. Let me teach you. And like I say, and I always say this, I don't teach you of myself alone. It's not just me coming to give you my own idea or the way I feel about certain things. No. It is me bringing into play a decade and counting of knowledge that I have gathered traveling every southwestern state in Nigeria, learning from the custodians of knowledge, of tradition, of wisdom, and of culture, traveling through the western countries, the West African countries along the coast, neighboring countries to Nigeria, learning how they have also learned Ifa, how they are practicing it. All this is what we have brought together in every teaching and every video that you watch. So I say, Ifá gbè wá, ìṣẹ̀ṣe á gbè wá, àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ yìí wọ́n á gbè wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. The topic of today is, please, those of you that are a member or you are subscribed or a part of the Ifa global community, all those of us that are part of the global Ifa community, have you seen the topic of today? If you have seen it, please type it in the comment section. Someone says, what is that sun behind you? It is sun. It's a picture of the sun. There is just one sun. At least as far as I know, there is just one element called sun. So that's a picture of it, of the sun. Yeah. That's a picture of the sun. So who saw the topic of today? Those of you that are coming from WhatsApp, that are part of the that are on the group, the Global Ifá community, Global Ifá and ÌṢЭШE community, what's the topic of today? And those of you that haven't joined that community, if you are on YouTube, the comment, the description box below will give you a link to join the Global Ifá community. If you are on TikTok, just drop a comment. Let me know if you are a part of the community or not. But what I'm asking right now is the topic. What's the topic of today? Who is there? Can somebody move closer? What's our topic for today? Those of you that have seen the topic. What is our topic for today? Who is there? Can somebody move closer here? Our topic for today is Iyami, Emere, and Egbe. Please type it in the comment section. Come. Tell Uncle Kana to check his phone that we are on. Yes, that he should type the number. Yes. Àwọn Iyami, àwọn Emere, àti Egbe. We're talking about these three different spiritual bodies today. One of the most searched topics on YouTube right now for people that want to know about Ifá and ÌШЭШE is àwọn Iyami Oshorunga, because they are the most, I would say they are the most misunderstood and wrongly labeled spiritual entity, right? Yes. And then àwọn Emere, I haven't really seen so much content because I also search. I haven't seen so much content on that. I haven't seen so much content on that. Eshe Gonima, Auntie Toyin, thank you so much. Abi Lala, thank you so much for that. Yes, that's the topic. I haven't seen so much of that. And then Egbe, we have heard a lot about Egbe, but I will still tell you that there is not so much information and there's still a lot of misconception. So today we'll be diving into that. But before we start, before we dive into our teaching, who can tell me the first thing that we do? When we gather together here in an Ifá house, an Ifá shrine, what is the first thing that we do? Ìwúre, àkọ́kọ́ máa ṣe ìbà. Thank you very much. Auntie Toyin, ìbà la kọ́kọ́ máa ṣe. A máa ṣe ìbà fáwọn tó láyé, a máa ṣe ìbà fáwọn tó nílẹ̀. A máa ṣe ìbà fáwọn tó ṣílẹ̀kùn ọjọ́ ìní. A máa júbà àwọn òrìṣà, a máa júbà àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ. A máa júbà àwọn aláṣẹkù, àwọn tó ṣàwòkù sẹ́yìn fún wa. So the first thing we do is to give ìbà. Ìbà means to pay homage. There are powers that be. So trust me, when it comes to Africa as a culture, respect to the people that are ahead of you is one thing that we all share. Despite the diversity in every other thing, that's one thing that we all share. So when we make Iba to give homage and honor, to recognize the powers that hold the earth together, the powers that had made it possible for everything that is happening today. We have a flash goal on TikTok. I think it is called, is it Heart Me? I don't know what that goal is called. Look at the emoji. I'm really not familiar with the names of the gift. So help us meet our flash goal. Yes. Okay, it's called Join My Fan Club, right? Okay. So we need 12 different people to do that. We have 2 people now, 3 people. We need how many do we need now? We need 9 more people, 9 more different people to do that. Thank you so much. For those of you that are not on TikTok, and you also want to join in the gift goal, please, you can head over to TikTok. Eshe Goni, we have 4 people, we need 8 more people. Thank you so much. The gift is there. I think it's Heart Me. Join my fan club, something like that. Thank you so much. So we dive into our Iba. It's meant to grow your fan club. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for explaining that. So it is for the fan club. So you know what that is already on TikTok. Eshe Goni, thank you for the gift. Akodaye Asheba. Asheba Asheda. Asheba ti wáyé ọjọ́. Asheba ti wọ̀ oòrùn. Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹ̀ẹ́ kárí ayé àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Àṣèbà olúbíkin, àṣèbà ọ̀sanyìnbíkin, àṣèbà àṣẹ̀dá, àṣèbà mẹ̀dá, àṣèbà wẹ̀dá, ọba tó rán ọmọ oníṣẹ́ tó fàyà tí àṣèbà, ọba tó mi gbó kìjikìji àṣèbà, ọba tẹ́rẹ̀ẹ́ kárí ayé, ọba tó lọ kọrin kése àṣèbà, ọba lánàá, ọba lénìí, ọba títí ayérayé, Elédùmarè ọba tó fi gbogbo àgbálá ayé yìí tó fi ṣe àpótí ìtìsẹ̀ rẹ̀ àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Àjàgùnmàlè olúwo òde ọ̀run àṣèbà, àṣèbà ẹ̀yin Ìyàmí ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́, ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ, ẹ̀yin arógbaṣọ má balẹ̀, ẹ̀yin ọlọ́mú kan tí fún gba ọmọ lọ́mú, ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ, ẹ̀yin ọlọ́jà gbọ̀rọ̀gbọ̀rọ̀, abiyamọ tí ò jẹ́ kọ́mọ ó jábọ́, abiyamọ tí ò jẹ́ kọ́mọ ó ṣubú, abiyamọ lọ́jọ́ ìṣòro, ògbẹ́kún ọmọ ẹ̀ta tí wéré, Ìyàmí òṣòro mọ̀nìgà àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ, ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru, ẹ̀yin arógbaṣọ má bòtán, ẹ̀yin apanimá-yọ̀dà, ẹ̀yin àtẹ̀dọ̀jòròró, ẹ̀yin tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́ pé kẹ́ ẹ máa ṣe àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ, ẹ̀yọ́nú yín la béèrè fún lọ́tún lósì níwájú lẹ́yìn, ẹ̀yọ́nú yín la béèrè fún láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Àṣèbà àwọn tó ṣàwo kù sẹ́yìn fún wa, àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀, àwọn tó tẹ ìlú yìí dó, àwọn tó kọ́kọ́ ṣàwo káwọn tó ṣe, àwọn tó gbé lé wa lọ́wọ́ àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ, àṣèbà ìyá àti bàbá wa, àwọn tó ṣọlọ́kọ̀ wá sáyé àṣèbà yín, àwọn tó wà pẹ̀lú wa nílé ayé, àwọn tó ti rebi àgbáre àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Àṣèbà gbogbo olúwo, àṣèbà gbogbo ìyá àbíyè, àṣèbà onílé, onílé mi ògbódò ọ̀rà ajíbọ́lá ẹ̀dọ́, mo ṣèbà ọkùnrin kíbà wá ṣẹ, àṣèbà gbogbo babaláwo, gbogbo àwọn Iyanifa, gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá lórìṣà, ẹ̀yin ìyá lórìṣà àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Gbogbo ìbátamúwálé ní àṣèbà fún gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà, gbogbo àwọn orúnmọlẹ̀ tó dilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjíire mú, gbogbo àwọn tá à ń gbẹ́bọ fún, gbogbo àwọn tá à ń gbé tùtù fún, gbogbo àwọn tó ń tì wá lẹ́yìn àṣèbà àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Gbogbo bàbá bàbá, gbogbo ìyá ìyá, látòkè lókè láì dápá kan sí la ṣèbà fún àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Àṣeyé ìpà Ifá, àṣeyé ìpà òòṣà, àṣeyé ìpà ikin àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Ẹgbẹ́ ayé ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run àṣèbà, àṣemúsòmúsò ẹgbẹ́, àṣàkíkà ẹgbẹ́, àníkẹ́gbẹ́ ayé kẹ́gbẹ́ ọ̀run kọ́ wá dúró tì wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. A tún ti fẹ́ wọnú ẹ̀kọ́ Ifá mi ìlédè, ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti òye tí òrìṣà Ọ̀rúnmìlà tó dúró fún kí Ifá wá gbè wá, kí Ifá wá dúró tì wá, kí Ifá fún wa lọ́gbọ́n, kó fún wa nímọ̀, kó fún wa lóye láṣẹ Èdùmàrè kíbà wá ṣẹ o. Mo ṣèbà gbogbo orí kọ̀ọ̀kan, mo ṣèbà gbogbo ẹlẹ́dàá kọ̀ọ̀kan tó péjọ síbí lẹ́yìn àníkíbà wá ṣẹ o. Ìbà ṣẹ. Thank you so much. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. So we are heading into our teaching for today. Anytime we come back, we'll be sending one to remind members. Okay, all right. So we have a flash goal on TikTok. It's a join my fan club. We need 7 more people to meet that goal. As you help us meet that goal, you are telling the TikTok algorithm that this is good content and you recommend that other people should also watch it. So you are helping to push this content to more people. Àníkíbà wá ṣẹ. So today we are talking about àwọn Iyami, àwọn Emere àti Egbe. Now in the comment section, in just one short sentence that the comment section can allow, especially on TikTok, describe to me, one of them, one by one, what do you know about these terms? Let's start with àwọn Iyami. What do you know about àwọn Iyami? Who are they? What have you heard about them? What do you think about them? You know, when you hear that name, Iyami Oshorunga, what comes to your mind? Thank you very much for helping us meet our goal. Ẹ ṣé gan ni o, ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ wọ́n dúró tì yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. We are gone halfway. We need 5 more people to help us meet that goal. So when you hear the word Iyami Oshorunga, àwọn Iyami ẹlẹ́yẹ, what comes to your mind? Someone says witches. Oh girl, ma, please. Egbe is real and I have a lot to discuss with you. Okay, we are talking about Egbe today. Please, someone should type the WhatsApp number. If you have anything to discuss with me that is personal, send a message via the WhatsApp number that will be posted on TikTok. If you are on YouTube, the WhatsApp number will be in the description box of this video you are watching. Someone says they are the mothers of the night. Àwọn Iyami is the mother's ancestry who know how to use the power that exists. Okay. Those of you on YouTube, àwọn wo là ń pè láwọn Iyami, what do you understand by the term àwọn Iyami Òṣòròǹgà? Let me know what do you understand by the term. Please, the WhatsApp number, okay. The WhatsApp number has been posted on the screen and has been pinned. Yes. They are Ogbanjes. Okay. Someone said, I have a relationship with one babe. We ended stuff since then. Things haven't been so good. Send a message through to the WhatsApp number. So we already got different people's opinion on Awon Iyami. Now let's talk about, I really don't know, to be honest. Oh, that's fine. That's why you're here, so that you will know. It's not a problem if you don't know. But you heard they are very powerful. I bet they are. Then the other set of spiritual beings we want to talk about is Emere. What have you heard about Emere? Idowu Biliki said they are the rulers of the world. Water Warrior says they are elders of the night, the predominant mothers. Okay, thank you so much for the participation. I appreciate it. What do we know about Emeres? You have heard that word before. Emere money. This girl is Emere. This girl is Emere. What have you heard about it? Let me know so that I will know where to start the teaching from. What have you heard about our Emere? As you join in, please click on the follow button. Keep liking, keep sharing, you know, so that we can keep this live streaming going. Our Emere, have you even heard that word before? Have you heard that word Emere before? What do you know about them? Have you heard that word before? Let me know what you know about them. We need 5 more people for our live goal. It is a join my fan club emoji, right? So we need 5 more people for that flash goal. You have not heard the word Emere before, Jane? Okay, yeah, because you are not Nigerian. I've heard about our Emere, but it's usually negative. I can imagine. We need 5 more people to help us meet our goal. Join my fan club on TikTok. 5 more people. Okay, only negative things, whereas it's been anointed ones. Oh, you think they're anointed ones? Okay, but you've heard just negative things about them. Sorry that the negative side of our Emere is what has been pushed to you. Okay, they are powerful children, but unknown to them. Àwọn tí Elédùmarè gbélé ayé lé lọ́wọ́, yes, that is àwọn Iyami. So everybody is concluding that the only things they've heard about Emere is negative, right? Okay, now let's move to Egbe. What have you heard about Egbe? What is Egbe? Lizzie, hi on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining this live streaming. What have you heard about Egbe? What do you know about Egbe? What do you know about Egbe? Àwọn ọmọ ẹlẹ́gbẹ́, Olẹ́gbẹ́, Egbe ayé, Egbe ọ̀run. You know, you must have heard this. Emeres are the short-lived children. They can be good or bad. Okay, thank you for that comment from Idowu Bilikis. James says that Egbe are astral mates. Egbe are heavenly mates. Okay, Egbe they are our heavenly friends, heavenly mates, heavenly group. Aderemi says, Iyami are very strong. Go Aderemi Oluwatimileyin. Yeah, trust me, they are super strong. In fact, there's probably no other entity as strong as them. But we're about to find out today. Toyin on YouTube says, Egbe are heavenly and earthly mates. Okay, Egbe are heavenly mates. I have heard Egbe is a discrete group or a coven, which sounds negative. Is Egbe the same as Emere? Yeah, that's what we're about to find out today. But please help us meet our flash goal on TikTok. 7 people, I'm grateful. We need 5 more people. The goal is join my fan club. Yes, 5 more different people. Eshe Gonio. Emere are special children. Okay, so I'm glad that we all have an idea of what this thing is. I'm not teaching you something that is strange. We all have an idea of what it is. Auntie Lande Eshegonio, thank you. Someone says, I know it's your spiritual affiliation to one of the universal elements. Okay, Egbe is the spiritual affiliation you have to one of the spiritual or one of the universal elements. All right. So Sherilini, we are going to delve into Iyanifa. Thank you so much for joining. We're going to delve into that topic and we're going to trash it out. And today, I would allow people to join and tell me what they think and what they feel. Aderemi Oluwatimileyin says, Egbe are heavenly made and they can help you. They do help in time of trouble when you appease them regularly. Okay. So those of you that have something to say about these groups, Egbe, Emere, and Iyami, you have, something to talk about, just indicate in the comment section so that I'll be able to bring you up when the time comes. Egbe are our shadow, our inner self, our spiritual self. Wow. So let's start by defining, let's start from Àwọn, Iyami. For those of you that have been following my teaching, I have spoken extensively about Àwọn, Iyami in a certain video when I talked about Àwọn, Iyami, Àwọn Ajogun, and Àwọn Orisha. I think, no, Ajogun, Iyami, and Eshu. Dorothy, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Global Ifa community. Thank you for joining our VIP group. Alafia to you, Iyanifa. I'll get some place where I can talk in a few minutes. All right, no problem. Please, can one get to talk to you one-on-one? Yes, please send a message via the WhatsApp number. Thank you very much for that person that sent the join my family. So we need 4 more people to meet that flash goal. Chidi, I was wondering if you are not going to join us today. Thank you so much on TikTok. Thank you so on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining. Eshe. So I had talked extensively about Àwọn, Iyami in that video. If you have not seen that video, you can join, you can go to the YouTube channel, you'll see the video on my YouTube page. Àwọn, Iyami, Àwọn Ajogun, and Eshu. Please, can somebody post the WhatsApp number in the comment section on TikTok? Auntie Anu Eshegonio, thank you so much for that gift. Yeah, it is on YouTube, that video. So Àwọn, Iyami, let me just define them in the little way. First of all, they are all female. Not feminine energy, they are all female. They are all female. Thank you so much, Jane. The person that is asking for the WhatsApp number, I've pinned it in the comment section. Jane just posted the WhatsApp number. You see Iyanifa Ewa written at the back of the number. First of all, they are all female. I didn't say they all have feminine energy. Their gender is all female. Ifashino, thank you so much. We're 80% gone on our flash goal. 2 more people join my fan club. 2 more people, and we have met our goal for today. They are all female. That's number 1. They are the ones that are in charge of this earth. They are the ones in charge of this earth. They are the judges and the law enforcement of this life as we know it. Thank you so much, Coach Kelvin. Wow, I'm super grateful. 1 more person to go and we have met our goal for today. Eshegonio. But àwọn igbarun mole, wọ́n ṣùbò, wọ́n yin yín ká, wọ́n bá yín ṣe tiyín náà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àwọn Aláṣẹkù, wọ́n bá yín ṣe tiyín pé àṣẹ. They are the ones that Elédùmarè gave this earth to. Elédùmarè gave it to them. Some people say, that Elédùmarè sold it to them at a very huge discount. But they are the ones that gave it to Sha. That's the cocoa of the conversation. They are the law enforcement. They are the judges of this earth. This life as we know it is controlled and ruled by them. And they are all female. Now, one misconception about them is that they are witches. If you have a question, please drop it in the comment section. If it's a personal question, send it via WhatsApp. So one of the major misconceptions is that they are witches. Now, this is not even supposed to mean that witch is a bad word. No, it's an energy and a force, and they are good people, okay? They are good spirits. But in the concept of Yoruba and Ifa, àwọn Iyami are not witches. Is that okay? And they are not negative. They bring about a balance. Is that okay? Now, here is how it works. I always say this. If you have a case, if your brother and your uncle, they both have a case in courts, different courts, right? And the judge that is presiding over the case of your brother has ruled in favor of your brother. Everybody will say that judge is a nice person. Oh, I like that judge. Chief Justice is very nice, you know, declared my brother innocent and free, discharged and acquitted, and he can go. Now, the same judge is presiding in another court where your uncle was accused of whatever, and then he sentenced your uncle to a jail term or life imprisonment or a capital punishment. Everybody will say, that judge is a bad person, she's a wicked person. But at the end of the day, she's neither good nor bad. She is just there to see everything from an unbiased way and give her judgment. Is that okay? Grand rising to you, Dorothy. They give unbiased judgments. So there are some times when they may be seen as good because they have done something that favors you, something that you like. You know how we are as human beings. When people do things that we don't exactly like and it doesn't sit well with us, we have a way of just labeling them as bad and evil. That's what we do as human beings. So you know what? Nobody is surprised. So they are neither good nor bad. They are just there to present a balance. When you have law enforcement, they are neither good nor bad. They are not smiling at anybody. They are just there to do their job and make sure that there is balance, make sure that the good people are rewarded and the not so good people are dealt with. They are there to enforce consequence. This is what àwọn Iyami represents in layman's language. Is that okay? Now, why we experience them as negative or perceive them as negative is this. First of all, religion and westernization did a very good job at that labeling. Yeah, they did. Because patriarchy is what westernization is selling, is what foreign religions are selling. Patriarchy. So when somebody is trying to enforce patriarchy, what is the first thing that the person attacks? The first thing they come against is anything that doesn't favor patriarchy among them. They go and look for the female energies and females that are succeeding, that are doing good, that are in charge, and they start to attack them. They want to bring them down. That's what they do. So pretty much we should not be surprised that they did that. So when they came here and they saw the honor, the respect, the spiritual authority that this set of women have, or the way they were spoken about, they wondered, no, this is not what we want. We are coming to enforce the exact opposite. So they had to label them in certain ways, which is where all of this came from. And then they sold us that narrative to the point that we ourselves is selling that narrative to ourselves. That is why an average you and me will not want their children to visit the villages because of the witches, because of Awon, yeah? And it's even dumb to think that you are running away from spiritual forces in a physical way. It doesn't make sense. It's like somebody is running away from the sun and the person decides to leave Nigeria and go to Texas and they are running away from the sun. Dude, the sun is everywhere. It's the same sun. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It doesn't make sense. So you do not want your children to visit that village mother witch and then you relocate to the abroad. If those spirit forces are actually spirit forces, a spirit force does not need a visa to go around. You get it? So at the end of the day, think about it. What are you really hiding from? Something you don't understand, something you can't explain. This is how we all got to this point. This is why everybody has a mother that is a witch. They have a mother-in-law that is a witch. They have sister-in-law that is witches. Everybody has one form of witch they are fighting. It doesn't exist anywhere. Is that okay? If you are in the right and you are acknowledging them, 80% of the time you will not fear what might happen. Is that okay? Now, unlike the physical human judges that we have, whose knowledge and perception might be limited, the knowledge and the perception of Awon Iyami is not limited. They are unbiased. Is that okay? And when they are dealing with certain situations, you and I are looking at that situation based on our limited human eyes and perception. So from the way we perceive it, we think they are doing something wrong. Now, I'm breaking it down to you and teaching you the way I teach children at the Ifá Studies for Kids. Because we also need to make our children understand. And this is the point where I tell you that if you are a parent and you are listening to this and you enjoy Ifá and you are not carrying your children along, you are not doing anything. They have to understand it from home. Your children have to be able to celebrate Awon Iyami the way they celebrate Santa Claus, the way they celebrate fairy godmother. Your children are supposed to be able to celebrate Iyami like they celebrate their cartoon superheroes. They have to see them from a place of what they are and who they actually represent. And I know that it's a lot of work for some of you because you are part of that misconception. You are part of the people that drove that misconception. You have sold to your children the idea that Ifá is evil, Orishas are witches, ancestors are demonic, yes. And I know it's a little awkward for you to come to them now and say, oh, Ifá is the way. Oh, Awon Iyami are loving mothers. I know it might feel a little somehow, which is why Ifá College is here to help you bridge that gap. So for those of you who have not registered your children for Ifá Studies for Kids, please do yourself the favor. Trust me, we're not teaching your children what you don't want them to learn, because every child has to learn it under the guidance of an adult. So you get to review everything and be sure that it is what your children want before you share it with your children. I mean, they're definitely not signing up for the class themselves. And also the Iyanifa for Today daily devotional for children. I can see a lot of people here who have been buying it for their children, for their nephews and nieces, for their grandchildren. If you are on TikTok, when this program is done, just click on the link in the bio. You'll see the link tree. You will see the Iyanifa for Today and how to access it for your kids. We need to let them understand that everything they've heard about their roots and their culture was a misconception sold by people that aimed to put us at the place where we are. But we are discovering ourselves now. So don't let it end with you. Let it continue with your children and your grandchildren too. So Awon Iyami, they are not evil. Is that okay? Because we are limited in the way we perceive things. When they handle certain situations, we don't understand why they are handling it like that. But trust me, 80% of the time, 90% of the time, 100% of the time, they are just and they are fair. Now, in the teaching that I had when we talked about Awon Iyami, Awon Ajogun, and Awon Eleye, I made mention of something and let me repeat it again. If you're on TikTok, keep tapping on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing, and follow this page. Very important. You love this content, you want to be notified the next time we go online, please follow the page. Subscribe if you are on YouTube. Yeah. And the WhatsApp number is posted on the screen right now. Somebody says, thank you. I'm happy with the level I need to believe. Yes. Why did they use only Orogbo to appease Osun without Nongobi? So every Orisha has, this is a little digression, Every Orisha has the things that is what they like and what their taboos are. Every Orisha has it. So it's like saying my favorite food is amala and gbegiri, and then I become an ancestor and they start to appease me with amala and gbegiri. I don't like fish. So if you want to appease me, whether in life or in afterlife, if you bring fish, what are you trying to say? I don't like it. So every Orisha has the things that they like, the things that they prefer, the things you are not supposed to bring around them at all. They live this life like you and I. So they have chosen what they want and they are listed it down. Now, I am not the one that is in the place to say, oh, this is the reason they... Whether you are able to explain the reason I like fish or whether I don't like fish, the most important thing is I don't like fish. And the most important thing is when you want to appease me, you bring amala and gbegiri because that's what I love. So every Orisha has their choice food items and they have the ones they don't like. So you don't bring it and you don't go questioning them to say, excuse me, why don't you like this? No, you need my help. So just bring what I like and let's get this conversation over with. You get it? Okay. What does it mean when Iyami Aje wants to work with you? It means that you carry their energy and you have a part, they have an assignment to clear on earth and they are going to use you for that assignment. It's as simple as that. It's just like when any other spiritual entity choose you or want to work with you. And we're going to get to that. Just hang in. So there was something that I stressed in that video, which is this. Eshu is the one that receives Ebo on behalf of every other spirit being, on behalf of the Orishas, the Irumoles, and the Ajogun. Eshu receives the Ebo and gives it to them. They tell you what they require, right? And you make it available, and your Babalawo checks, is everything complete? Once the Obi says everything is complete, they put it by Eshu. Amagbelosi di Eshu. Eshu gives it to the Ajogun's or the Orishas that has requested for it. And right there and then, we would also cast the Obi to ask if this Ebo has been accepted right there and then when we are giving it. Okay? So if you are giving Ebo to Ori, for instance, and they cast the Obi and it has accepted it, we will say Ori Wu. And everybody is rejoicing. Ah! And we're happy. All right? If it is Ogun that you are giving that Ebo to, we will say, ah, once we cast the Obi and it has been accepted, we will say, Ogun ye, moye, Ogun ti ye, moye. Ogun is victorious and I am also victorious. That's what that means, right? Okay? So, we have all of that. But when it comes to Awon Iyami, sorry, I'm trying to get something. Okay. When it comes to Awon Iyami, there is nobody that can tell you this is precisely what he wants. This is what you are going to give to them. They have accepted it. They have not accepted it. No. Remember that Eshu is an Orisha. In that teaching, we established that I was teaching with reference to the book of Professor Wande Abimbola, a book that he had written in 1960-something while he was at the University of Lagos at the Department of African and Asian Studies, yes. And he said in that book, which I have also confirmed in so many other places during my 10 years of research in Ifa, he said in that book that even while the Orishas were here on earth, Awon Iyami disturbed them. They had back and forth with them. But when we went to read the ﷺ Ifa, who can remember the ﷺ Ifas that we read, where it talked about the interactions between Awon Iyami and Awon Orishas? You notice in those ﷺ Ifa that Awon Orisha Gongon, they were the ones that went to Awon Lolowaja. Let me see if I can lay my hands on that book and read that part. Who is there? Who is there? Where are you guys? I can hear you if you can hear me. Oh yeah, come downstairs now, one of you. So I would read through that book. Now somebody is asking, who is Awon? Go upstairs. By my bedside, you see those small books. Bring all the 4 of them. They are either by the bedside or on the floor. Bring all 4 of them. Someone is asking, who is Awon Ajogun? Ajoguns represent the negative spirit forces, okay? The negative forces that is represented by sickness, illness, you know, negative things like that. There are about 7 or 8 of them. Imprisonment is there, accidents is there, misfortune, you know, all these negative things. They are called Awon Ajogun, and they are the servants of Eshu. So if any of them attacks, you know, you or comes against you, or it is seen in an Odù Ifá that they might want to attack you, right? You give Egbe to Eshu, and Eshu gives it to them. Okay, I think this is the one that I need. You give Egbe to Eshu, and Eshu gives it to them. So this is the book we used that day. Thank you so much for the gift. Àwọn Odù mẹ́rìndínlógún by Professor Wande Abimbola. So let me see if we can briefly check where it talks about àwọn Iyami. So I need you to understand that àwọn Iyami, they don't just go about looking for people's trouble, just picking on people. So even the issues that they had with the Orishas, right? Most of those issues came as a result of àwọn Orishas also crossing the line. Crossing the line, okay. So, this is one essay. Wọ́n ní kò tẹ́rẹ́ omi ẹyẹ, bẹ́ńdù omi òòṣà, adífá fún òòṣà ńlá ọ̀sẹ̀rẹ̀màgbò, tí ó fomi tirẹ̀ sílẹ̀, tí ó pọnmi ẹlẹ́yẹ. Adífá fún òrìṣà ńlá ọ̀sẹ̀rẹ̀màgbò, that is Ọbàtálá or òrìṣà ńlá, tí ó fi omi tirẹ̀ sílẹ̀, tí ó pọn omi ẹlẹ́yẹ. Ọ̀rúnmìlà ló fa òòṣà àti àwọn ọmọ pẹ̀lú ìyàwó rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́, ló fà wọ́n jáde lọ́wọ́ àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ. Ní gbogbo ìgbà tí àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ bá ń péjọpọ̀ láti borí wọn. Now, let me translate this in English. He says that we made this divination for Ọbàtálá, the one that will leave his own water and go and fetch the water of àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ. Shey you see that Ọbàtálá was the one tó lọ fínràn. He was the one that went to cross the line. Then àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ now dealt with him. Because most of the time, I feel like these women have just been mislabeled. They always make us feel like people are going about their own business. So Awele just says, let's pick that boy and deal with that boy. And no thanks to the Nollywood of before now, because I know they're doing a lot of rearrangements now. Nollywood is doing better right now, right? Yes, they are doing better now. But pre this era, Nollywood was one that told us that those mothers will just sit there in their house and say, let's deal with this person. Let's just pick on somebody and deal with them. It doesn't work like that, because even with the Orishas, they are the ones that cross the line. Let me see if you can find another. Let's see if you can find another Odù where another Orisha crossed the line with them. Omi láti nkọ́lé ọ̀run bọ̀ wá sáyé, èrè pé rọ̀fà. Bí mi ìgbà mi lọ́wọ́ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Okay. Adífá fún Ndéṣẹ̀ Pupa òkè. Èyí tí kú táwọn. Okay, this one is àwọn Ajogun. I'm trying to see if I can find another. Okay, let's just go on. So that's an example of the Odù Ifá that talks about why Òrìṣà ńlá had an issue with àwọn Iyami. Wọ́n dáfá fún Òrìṣà ńlá tó fi omi tiẹ̀ sílẹ̀ tó lọ pọn omi ẹlẹ́yẹ. Where can you get that book? It is all over bookshops that sells Ifá and Yoruba book. You can just check online. You will find it. This is the title of the book. Àwọn Odù mẹ́rìndínlógún by Wande Abimbola. You can just list books by Professor Wande Abimbola. I'm sure it will come out. It's one of his popular books. So àwọn Iyami, they will not just go out of their way to just say they want to deal with someone. It's like a judge cannot just sit in the courtroom and say, bring that man that is passing on the road. I don't like the way his face is. No. There has to have been something the person was accused of before he can find himself in a courtroom or a courthouse. So that's how it works with àwọn Iyami. Now, that is a brief explanation. We'll come back to them in depth. Let's define the next term, àwọn Emere. Somebody said in the comment section that Emere are short-lived children, like children that come into this earth and they pass after a very short time. I think one of the things that we mix up is àwọn Emere àti Àbíkú. Emere and Àbíkú, they are different though. Has anybody ever heard of the word Àbíkú? If you have heard of the word Àbíkú, please can you drop a comment of what they are? Because a lot of people mix these two terms up, Emere and Àbíkú. Now, somebody is probably wondering, why do I have to learn this? Why is she even teaching this? Because they exist in this life and you need to know them. Some of you are crossing the line with them. The same way Oshanla crossed the line with àwọn Iyami. Some of you, you have left where you are. And you are going to pon mi àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ, ẹ lọ ń pon mi Àbíkú, ẹ lọ ń pon mi àwọn Emere. Ẹ ti ń fìràn, ẹ ti ń kọjá àyè yín. You have not maintained boundary of cordial relationships between you and these spiritual entities. And one of the reasons is because you do not know who they are. Until Iyanifa, that person was describing Àbíkú exactly. The person dropped a comment on TikTok, on YouTube. That those beings that they were describing are the Àbíkú. They are not Emere. So Àbíkú are just like the Yoruba words represent. The Yoruba word says. Sorry, I'm scrolling up to see if there is any question. But why do some Iyami confess that they have done so and so? It's not Iyami that is confessing. Iyami is not going to confess that they have done X, Y, Z. Let me talk about that part. So when you see all these movies, a lot of the time is in movies. And then some people, maybe they experience it in real life. Where am I located? Nigeria. Where I am part-time depends on what I have to do part-time. So if you're asking that question because you want to see me, like I've explained in the past, I am not an Ifa priestess that sits down in one place and you just, I say, oh, come and see me somewhere. No. I have to know what you want. So based on what you want, we'll determine which of my shrines you will meet me. Based on what you want. There are different locations for different things. Is that okay? So the WhatsApp number has been pinned on the screen right now, posted by J. Juma. So you can send a message via WhatsApp, then we take it up from there. To somebody says Àbíkú is Ogbanje. Okay, we're coming to that. So I was going to answer the person that said, yeah, àwọn Iyami, why do they confess that they did so and so? Now, most of the time, you either watch that in a movie or you heard that in a story. A few times, maybe you have seen one woman confessing that she has done this and that. They are not Iyami in any way. Confessing to who? To you. So that you can do what? To them. It doesn't even follow. If you understand the authority of who these powers and entities are, you will know that confessing in a public place where people are now stoning them and beating. When people say people confess, okay, literally it's usually synonymous with witchcraft. Okay, oh, this person is a witch and the person has confessed that she did this and she did that and she did that. That person needs to explain to you what they were involved with and where they got the power that they were using for negative manipulation. Anybody can confess to negative actions that they do. It doesn't have anything to do with àwọn Iyami. Somebody can learn spiritual recipes. The person can have spiritual knowledge based on anywhere that he or she got it from and decide to use it negatively. Anybody can be that. The person doesn't even have to have any spirit attached to him. You can learn spiritual recipes okay, how to cast spells, make spiritual product, channel spiritual energy, and you can decide to use it for anything negative. And the day spiritual karma catches up with you, you will confess. It doesn't make you Iyami. So the reason you are attaching that to Iyami is because you are still coming from the mindset that they are witches, they do evil. So every time a woman comes out, she's a witch, and then your mind tells you is Iyami. No, it doesn't have anything to do with them. They are not even answerable to you. They are not answerable to you. So even if they have anything to confess, trust me, it is not among physical human beings that they will be doing that. That's much I can tell you. So Abiku ati Emere, let's fix this puzzle. Abiku ati Emere. Abiku are, like Yoruba says, eni to bi to ku. Okay, please keep tapping on your screen, keep liking, keep sharing. To be means to give birth to, okay, to bring alive. Ku is to unalive or to pass on from this world. So Abiku, now somebody might wonder, but everybody that is born would have to be unalive at a certain time and you'll have to pass. Yes. So it means that there is something about their being born and being unalive that is different from just regular human life. Okay, so people are born normally and they leave this earth for an extended period of time. Okay, extended period. But when it comes to Abiku, they are short-lived. They pass on or they become unalive at infancy, you know, less than 5 years. Some of them less than 3 years, some of them a few days after birth. Now, when it happens randomly, it might be anything. But when it happens repeatedly, then it now becomes a pattern. That is where the name Abiku comes in. Okay. Now, that is a Yoruba word. Now, for those in the southeastern part of Nigeria, they use the word Ogbanje to describe Abiku. So it's the same thing. Those of you that are from the eastern part of Nigeria, where the word Ogbanje is used, you can also attest to the fact that the same description that Abiku goes for is the same description that Ogbanje goes for, right? So there are rituals and appeasement and spiritual process that such a family will go through to make sure that the next time this child comes, because it's believed that it's the same child that comes and passes after a few days or a few months. The woman gets pregnant again. The child passes after a few days and a few months. Like that. Explain that a little bit better about living short life. I just explained now. Passing after a few months and a few days. That's what it means. In infant stage, in childhood. And it has to be repeated. So it is believed that it's the same child that keeps coming back. Is the same child that keeps coming back, right? Now, we should also not rule out the fact that medical science has certain explanations for this. But the difference, because somebody said now, medically sickle cell anemia has been found to be part of what is called Abiku. Sickle cell anemia is not synonymous to people passing in infants, okay? Is not synonymous to people passing as infants. If a child has sickle cell, it does not necessarily mean that child is going to pass in a few days or few months after birth. No. People can be sickle cell and they can live for years. They can live for years. But Abiku is synonymous to passing when it is just a very young age. Specifically, you cannot be Abiku and live longer than a certain age. That is not Abiku anymore. Is that okay? So, like I was going to say, there are certain medical conditions that has been used to explain this. So they tell you, oh, there's nothing spiritual about it. If a child has this and this and this, the child is going to pass on. Now, let me explain how that thing works in tradition. I've told you several times that the union or intimacy between a male and a female is not a random thing. When you have fertilization taking place, conception, between the female egg and the male sperm, you are bringing in several generations together, which is why you can give birth to a child and that child would look or act nothing like the father and the mother, who are the first parents, and then the child will look like a grand uncle or act like a grand auntie, meaning that the children you give birth to are not just a summation of both of you. It is generations coming together. Now, this is the point where I would remind you again. If you are involved in intimacy that might lead to pregnancy, be sure that you are checking spiritually before you go ahead. Because just the same way somebody that is AS is not advised to marry somebody that is AS because they can produce a child that is SS, that is the same way that somebody coming from a spiritual line cannot marry or produce a child. It's not even about marry. You can marry and decide not to produce children. The same way somebody can be AS and the other person AS and they decide not to have children. Like both of them go through permanent family planning. They can get married. There's nothing wrong with them. Same thing. But at the point where they are going to produce children, there are some spiritual lineages, spiritual sources that cannot combine. It must not combine. What is called your blood group today is not just a physical explanation. What has come together to form your genotype today is not just a physical explanation. Even biology will draw it in a tree. If this father is AC and the mother is SS, they start to draw the tree of the possibility of what their seventh generation might be if they mix with this. Those things are spiritual. So when you are passing down DNA from father to mother to, it is not just a medical term. You are also passing down things that are spiritual. Is that okay? So when you say that you want to check on yourself medically before you produce a child with someone, check on yourself spiritually too. Because most of the time, I would explain to you, I've had, that makes sense why they are not supposed to mix according to the Bible. Okay, that's a comment that someone dropped. Now, I've had to deal with so many cases that is like this. And I have one at the moment. Let me give the example of this Kenyan lady that I met while I was in Dubai a couple of years ago. So I lived in UAE for a couple of years when I was setting up my real estate company, but I was still an Iyanifa, so I go to attend to people. She and her husband had been warned before they got married by a native doctor who is a member of her family, the lady's family, that they should not get married. They are not spiritually compatible. But truth be told, in every other way, they were compatible. Every other way. Physically, they were fine according to her. Everything was, they didn't see any reason. So whatever it is that that native doctor told them, or according to her, she got married, which doctor told them, did not have spiritual footing. He didn't have a reason. There was nothing to back it up. There was nothing to prove it. And they decided, like so many of us who have coconut head, that they will be warning us and will not listen. They decided to get married. Now, they kept on having children. They had 4 children. Before the time I met them, 4 of those children passed. And then at the time she met me because they were trying to conceive and make sure that they don't lose that child. Now, medically, there was nothing wrong with those children. I mean, she had 2 of them in Kenya, she had 2 of them in the UAE, and that is advanced. That's a country that has more advanced medical, healthcare and all of that. And they could not explain why those children were passing. And then somebody directed her to me. And I did a divination and I told her, where you come from spiritually and where your husband comes from spiritually, they do not mix. They do not mix. You guys are good together to live together, but to produce children, you are going to produce something that is not supposed to exist. You are going to produce an abomination. So the universe is just helping you reject this abomination that you people want to create. It's like somebody is taking a lion and the person wants a lion to mate with a monkey. Why do you want to do that? What are you trying to produce? And that was when she remembered that somebody had mentioned it to them. And she was like, is there anything we can do? I said, see, even if I use the spiritual powers I have and knowledge I have to make these children stay, or your next child stay, that child is going to cause you more problem than what you think you are going through right now without children. So when you are looking at these things, the same way you take into consideration your medical compatibility, now you would understand why in Africa people make research into family lineage, because they know that it is not just you that is getting married. It's not just two of you. In Africa, in Asia, it is two families that is getting married, two lineages, and you are about to produce a fusion of those two. It is not everything in life that can be blended. It is not. Water and oil don't mix for a reason. Yes, you can put it into blender and blend it together. You will still find. Question is, why are you forcing it to mix? Why don't you just mix oil with oil and water with water? What are you trying to achieve? Why do you want to force into existence something that wasn't supposed to be there? These are the reasons why I'm teaching this. These are the reasons why you're learning this. To understand that there are certain entities on this earth that have their own place. And before you can mix with them, you need to understand that you are aligned with them. If not, just leave them and go. You see, when people tell you what's the worst that can happen, you don't want to know what's the worst that can happen. You want to spend the rest of your life knowing what's the worst that can happen. No, you don't want to. It's not necessary. Need it. You have come into this earth to write thesis, to go to Awon and go and present to Elédùmarè to say, that thing you said I shouldn't do, I tried it, and this is the project on it. Because that's what some people are spending their life doing right now. Trying to write a project for divinity on how they have foolishly and strongly put themselves into something that wasn't supposed to be. But how do you understand that they are not supposed to be if you don't understand what they are? So these things, it goes beyond what you and I can just, understand. Now, medical science would explain a lot of things based on what you can see. Is that okay? It's like this. You see a girl, you open her eyes like this, you tilt her eyelid down and it's pale. You look at her palm and it's pale. She's throwing up. Now, you and I, based on the knowledge we have today, what will you say is wrong with that girl? Her eyes are pale. Her hands are pale, everything is all white. She's throwing up, she's spitting in every corner. As the in-house doctor that you and I are, what will you say is wrong with that girl? Please, I need comments so I will know that you are following me. Oh yes, pregnant. We would all say that she's pregnant. And maybe 80% of the time, it might be pregnancy. But when she gets to the hospital, Eshegoni, Dr. Yomi, when she gets to the hospital and thorough examination is going on, you might find out that it's not even pregnancy. She might have cancer. She might have a rare kind of fever. She might just be allergic to something. She might be going through a combination of anemia and diarrhea. It could be so many things. But most of the time, it could be pregnancy, and we are not wrong. A lot of times, we are not wrong. So when you look at it like that, when they give you medical explanation for certain things, they might not be wrong. But please, as a person of color, Vivian Harmony, thank you for the comment. As a person of color, you need to understand that it is usually just beyond that. Spirituality has more explanation to it. I know some people are somewhere saying, stop spiritualizing everything. There are some things in this life that is just natural. Okay. It's like you are telling your doctor, stop giving big names to everything. There are some things in this life that is just on the surface. No. If we have collectively accepted that our medical care and our health is just not on the surface, and we need to go through MRI scan and CT scan and ultrasound and blah 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 to check what is going on underneath, then we should also collectively accept that there are things that is going on spiritually that we also need to check and confirm. That being said, let's go back to our topic. The WhatsApp number has been pinned on the screen on TikTok if you need to send a message. Ajé mi pọ̀ sí, ẹ ṣé gan ni mà. Ibi tẹ́ tí mo jáde, ajé á túbọ̀ máa bù sí fún yín. To all those that have sent gifts and I did not acknowledge you, I'm acknowledging you right now. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, where you have brought it out from, where the money has come out from, Ajé will continue to replenish it and replace it in multiple folds beyond what you can imagine. Ajé will open doors of opportunities for you. Ajé will align you with the people and the places where your own wealth exists and make it easy for you to fulfill it. And as you are getting that wealth, you will not use it on sickness. Ignorance will not take it away from you. You will not channel your money into something that doesn't have any business with you. Àṣeyè la máa máa ṣe, àníkún àlékún la máa máa ní láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. So we have ruled out Abiku from this conversation, and it's also based on the little knowledge I have of Igbo spirituality or Igbo language. It's synonymous with Ogbanje, so we have ruled that out. Now, Emere. Àwọn wo ló ń jẹ́ Emere? Emeres are spirit beings that exist in this world. They have a dual life existence, okay? They are 100% in this world as they are 100% in the spirit world. Now, every one of us are spirit being that is using a body, to live in this earth. But it's not every one of us that is fully immersed in our spiritual being or the spiritual side of us as we are in the physical side of our lives, right? Just take for instance now, they say somebody has a dual citizenship. You can be Nigerian by virtue of the fact that both of your parents are Nigerians, and you can also be an American citizen or a Brazilian citizen just because you are born in Brazil. So you have dual citizenship. Now, imagine that we both have dual citizenship, but I choose to live in Brazil and I choose to do everything Brazil. That's where I school. That's the only, the Portuguese language is the only language that I speak. My dressing is Brazilian. My food is Brazilian. Everything about me is just Brazilian. In fact, I am going into politics in Brazil, and I want to be voted for as a governor in Brazil if they have governors there. That is me, but I have dual citizenship. You, on the other hand, you are Nigerian, you are also Brazilian. You have a company in Nigeria, you have another one in Brazil. You visit Nigeria often. You participate in everything Nigerian as you participate in everything Brazilian. You are rooted in both cultures, both ways. You speak both languages fluently. You are holding a place of authority in Nigeria. You are also doing the same in Brazil. That's the difference between us and Emere. We recognize the fact that we were from Orun to this earth, okay? But we are fully immersed in this world. This is where we exist. This is what we do. Everything around us is revolving here. But the Emeres, they understand that they are here and they are there. They are fully functional in both parts. In fact, they are sent on a specific assignment to this earth for a specific spiritual purpose. They do not really have anything physical, as it were, to do on this life. They don't. So anything that you are making them go through as physical beings is just you trying to say, oh, because I gave birth to this child, she has to go to school. They don't have any business with it. There is nothing on this plane that is going to add to what they have come here to do. They have a divine purpose, and that alone is what it is for them. Now, most of the time, they are here on earth to put a balance in certain things. They followed certain people on an assignment. It's like when they send somebody as a PI, a private investigator. They bring the person all the way from Tanzania and brings the person to Nairobi. This is the reason you are here, Mr. I don't know any Kenyan native name, so let's take the man to Ghana. And they say Mr. Quincy Mensah is the reason you are here. You got a visa into this country because of Mr. Quincy Mensah. You are a private investigator and you are supposed to follow his life. And the moment you catch him in this, let us know. That is pretty much how a lot of emeres exist here. They have a particular assignment. They have a particular purpose. They have Mano Ezioku. Okay, I don't know what that is. Is that an example of a Kenyan name? Okay, thank you. So they have a particular purpose, they have a particular person they follow, they have a particular thing. They are on an assignment. Okay, he said it's true. Oh, thank you so much. They are on an assignment on this earth, on this plane. And they communicate regularly with their spirit world to fulfill that assignment. It's just same way as I described a private investigator. The only business he has, or maybe an undercover cop, the only business he has there is for a particular reason. He might need to attend that, register in that school just to be able to keep an eye on that professor that he's unpacking the case. He might have to marry somebody in that village just to be able to enter into that village and find out that thing that he came on an assignment for. But trust me, all of those things is not what he came to do. We've seen a lot of movies where undercover cops, they fall in love with the person they're investigating or somebody close to them just to be able to, get more information. And the person finds out and says, so you mean all this while what we shared was not real? So you were just here investigating. So the night you told me that you would give me the whole world and trash every other person to the moon, it was a lie. Yes, it was a lie. So all the gifts you gave me didn't come from a place of, most of the time he did it. I know that in movies they will tell us that, oh, and then he now fell in love eventually. No, a good cop does not go ahead falling in love. He did everything to get to somewhere. So you will lie to yourself if that cop says, oh no, I actually loved you, I meant it. Most of the time they didn't, because their job is not to fall in love. But they had to go through that. So when you meet these people called Emere, these are the things about them. They get misunderstood by their own family members because they look at them in a weird way. Like, why is this person like this? It's just like a PI. The person is asking questions, asking. Those of you that are smart will be like, why does every conversation about you have to do with that man? Oh, no, it's not anything. You are one. I am one. I don't understand what you mean you are one. You are one what? Please, can you clarify? So he says, no, I'm just asking questions. No, he's not just asking questions. He's into something. He's onto something. So when you see them, there's certain things about, you're an example of an Emere. I'm sure you are not. The fact that you are typing this in the comment section of a live streaming shows that you are not. You probably want to be, or you think you are, or somebody has told you you are. But if you are, and you truly are, and you recognize it, you will not be typing it in the comment section. So these are the things about them. They get misunderstood a lot with their families, because they do certain things in physical human life that a lot of people cannot understand. People cannot wrap their head around, why is this girl acting like this? They are strange. You see them speaking to themselves a lot. You see them, maybe somebody has wrongfully spoken to them, or as a child you have beat them in a way that you're not supposed to, or you've taken something from them, something that you do to an average person and you get away with it. You do it to them and you too, you know that you get a spiritual consequence that is clearly tied to that person. You know that this thing is happening to you by virtue of this person. Then people start to wonder what is. They take them to church for prayer, for deliverance, and every pastor and prophet that was part of the deliverance team, by the time they get home, the hand that they used to cane them is swollen like this. They are on the bed, they cannot even stand up. They are seeing that girl in the dream with all her group of friends beating them, and they wake up with physical marks. They don't go through corner. They will come to you straight to your face and tell you this is the reason this is being done. Can a white woman or an Oyinbo person also be Emere? Let me explain that to you. It's like we say Abiku is Yoruba, Ogbanje is in Igbo. These are spirit forces. In every language, it has what is called. So the Oyinbo person, the European person you are referring to, will not call it Emere in their language. But they also have people who are on this plane fulfilling certain spiritual mission. It is not an African thing. Spirituality is not African. Spirituality is universal, is global. So it's like somebody comes to do a divination now, and the divination, take for instance, the Odù Ifá establishes that this person is Emere. Whether you are yellow, you are blue, you are black, you are yellow, you are orange, whatever color you are, if that spirit and energy aligns with you, when you come to Ifá, the same Odù Ifá will come out. So if you are a practitioner of Ifá, you should already know that spirituality doesn't have anything to do with color or race. Because if it does, Ifá will be limited to only Africans or people of color. So if a person that is European, like you said, Oyinbo, can come to Ifá and do their Itefa and find their Odù in Ifá, and Odù Ifá can come up with a solution to their problem, the same way it can everything. I've had people that are not black, people that are not Africans, come to me for Itefa, for Ishefa, to become Babalawos, Babalorishas. A typical example is Aduni Olorisha, the Austrian woman that built what we know today as the Osun Osogbo Grove. She has Egbe, she was an Egbe, she had Orisha, she works with Orisha, and yet she's not a person of color. So it really doesn't matter where you are from. These are energies that we work with. You get into some other culture, they call the fire energy something else. In our own place, we call it Shango. It does not mean that because we have Shango, every other color and race all over the world does not have spirit forces or energies that work with fire. So irrespective of where you are, irrespective of who you are, where you are, you can be anything. You can work with any spirit energy. Someone says, Cancerian Emere. By that, when you refer to Cancer, you're referring to the zodiac sign, right? It doesn't have anything to do with your zodiac sign. You can be from any zodiac sign. If that is what you mean, though, you can be from any zodiac sign and be anything. It doesn't have anything to do with your zodiac sign. So if you are relating Emere to zodiac sign, it means that you are limiting the energies of Emere to people born within a particular date or a particular period of the month. No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. So these are the things that people, this is the way they work This is where they move, and they are here amongst us. And we need to recognize, thank you so much for that gift, looks really pretty. And we need to recognize them. We need to understand who they are. We need to understand what they represent. Thank you so much on Basak on YouTube. So we have explained what Emere represents. All right. Now, are they good or bad? They are neither good nor bad. They are just here on an assignment. Just like when you say, is an undercover cop good or bad? No. The person is there on an assignment. A private investigator is neither good or bad. He has a mission and is on his mission. Now, in the process of accomplishing his mission, he might come across several difficulties, several challenges, and he will have to overcome those challenges to fulfill his mission, because, as we always say in my language, go ni soja gbon. They have sent them to go. They are going. Ẹni tó rán wọn níṣẹ́ ló bẹ̀rù, wọn ò bẹ̀rù ẹni tó rán wọn sí. The person that gave them the assignment is the person that they fear, in quotes. They don't care about you. They are on an assignment. They are here for a reason, and they will fulfill it. And if you stand in the way of them fulfilling their assignment, they are most likely going to warn you the first time, the second time. And if they warn you and you don't listen, they are at liberty to take you out of the way. Which is what I told the other lady. The universe is warning you by returning these children that you are forcing into the world. But no, you want to be smarter than the universe and forced into this world a being that is not supposed to exist. A clash of spirits and powers that is not supposed to exist. Somebody says, how is Haitian spirituality and African spirituality the same? So for people that practice spirituality from Haiti, Haitian voodoo is deeply rooted across different parts of Africa, okay? For those people that practice voodoo in West Africa, you will notice that there are lots of similarities, because that is where it came from. Is that okay? Same with the people in Jamaica. A lot of the things that they have has African reflection in it. Is that okay? It's like when somebody says, how is Ifa in Nigeria similar to the one that is practiced in Benin Republic or in Togo? It came from the same source. Or how the way Ifa is practiced in Nigeria, and then how it is practiced in some Southern American, countries. It came from the same source. But because of time and travel and civilization, colonization, there has been some mix and match here and there. So looking at it right now, it feels like, oh, they're entirely different. No, they are not. If you go back into their roots, into their source, particularly those in Haiti, they have picked a couple of things from Ifa, picked a couple of things from West African voodoo, picked a couple of things from here and there, and they have brought it together. Now, I would say this: there is no form of spirituality that is invalid. So saying that it is a mix and match of this, it is not invalid. As long as it is directly linked to their ancestor, it is not invalid. You don't have to practice spirituality the way I practice it for it to be a valid form of spirituality. No. So there are differences here and there, and which is why in Africa we don't have religion. We have spirituality generally, just like we have languages here and there. Is that okay? So one other question popped up. Person says, what's the difference between Emere and Omoilere? We'll get to that. We were taught to stay away from it, and we all saw it as bad. Oh yeah, sorry, it's not bad. The people that taught you to stay away from it is because they don't want you to have knowledge. But I'm glad you are here. Ma'am, is this life is spiritual already? Yeah, it is. Yes, it is possible to put Oshun shrine. Is it possible to put Oshun shrine in our bedroom? You can have your Ikoko Oshun in your bedroom, okay? Your shrine is like a place of worship, a sacred place where you have assigned to your Orisha. So if you live in a one-bedroom apartment, you can just keep a part of your house. I mean, those of us that have it in our house. It's a part of our house. It is one bedroom that we have converted into Ile Ifa. It's a house too. So if that is the only space you have and you want to be able to put a little side of it for you, why not? You can go ahead. As long as you're supposed to have it, and as long as that Orisha wants to be in that space, you know. Before you can do that, the Babalawo or Iyanifa that you're working with will do a divination for you. They are taking this Orisha there. Is this a good place for you to be? Irrespective of whether it's your bedroom or your mansion or your village house, they would ask if this is a good place to take this Orisha to. And the Orisha will respond if they want to go with you to that place. So there is no universal answer for that. It depends on a lot of things, which Ifa will be the one to answer. So now that we have explained Emere, let's go to Egbe. Like you guys have said, Egbe is our spiritual friends, our ancestral mates, companions, and all of that. From the word Egbe as a Yoruba word, Egbe means association. Taban Shegbe, Egbe Awon Onishu, association of yam sellers. Egbe Awon Tonrosho, association of people that sew clothes. Someone says, speak small Yoruba, Iyanifa. It means that you are just joining us. When I was reciting Odù Ifá in Yoruba, where were you? You are just joining us. That's why you have not heard me speak Yoruba. So we have these different groups, all right? They are called Egbe, that's association. Now, the full meaning of that word, when it comes to spirituality, is called Egbe Orun. Is that okay? But when we are speaking in a spiritual place like this, traditional space, when we say Egbe, we already know we mean Egbe Orun. Orun is loosely defined as heaven. Egbe is association or group. So your association or group in heaven. Just like you belong to association on earth, you have association or group in heaven. Now, I always like to describe it like this. Imagine that you belong to an Egbe in Nigeria or in Ghana, an association or society, before you traveled to Europe or Australia or China. You are a member of that group. It is a group that you belong to by birth, by default. Like, okay, let's even say family group, right? That's one. You cannot choose whether you want to join or not. You are born into it by default. How do we find out our group? Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is pinned on your screen. So you belong to that family group. You have a WhatsApp group. In your family group, there are things you do in January. There are things you do every year. When it is somebody's birthday, you guys already know you contribute money. When somebody is getting married, you go to the village at the end of the year. There's so many things. Everybody has duties and position in your group. Your family is a very, well-known family in your village that has duties that they have to do in the village. So you're a member of that family group. Then you now leave your home country, say Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Liberia, South Africa, and then you relocate to China or India. You get there. Please, do you automatically become a non-member of the group? Do you automatically become a non-member of the group, of your family, because you have traveled abroad? So you have gone to see people of another color. You now tell your family member, I'm not going to associate with you guys again. I ain't got nothing to do with you guys. Nobody's going to be calling me, and I don't want to see you guys. You're not going to be texting me like that. Because what? I'm now in Obodo Oyibo. I don't want to have anything to do with you. In fact, I'm going to change my name. Then you now go you bleach your skin, and then you become white like that badge that is behind me. You're looking like ghosts. And then you now start to learn to speak, spray. And by virtue of that, you're not a member of your family until you lie. If you like, marry the first child of Elon Musk and you change your surname to Musk, you are still a member of that family. And there are duties that belong to you. And if you abandon that duty, there are consequences for it. You are the one that is representing your family. And your family is supposed to build water supply this year. And everybody has been doing this one by one. You now reach your turn. You say you have gone to abroad. Then New Yam Festival comes. Your family is not showing the project. You have brought shame and disgrace to your family. And they will not say, our son has traveled abroad, though he has not, our daughter has traveled abroad, though she's no more from Atonda family. She has now married Mr. Johnson Spoon. She's now Mrs. Spoon, and because of that, you cannot call her to any family meeting again until they will remind you the story of you are not the first person that will travel abroad. That school that you are looking at, it was another member of the community that built it, and he too is abroad. You understand? It cannot, it's not going to happen. Take, for instance, you married a wife and you had children before you got scholarship to study aeronautic engineering in North Carolina. You now get there, you now meet a good girl, you want to find girl, you now marry her, you're now posting all over social media, oh, the love of my life. I've never seen love like this before. You have wife and children. If I had to be your wife, I'm heading to the embassy the next day to say, excuse me, sir, please, anybody here? This man that is portraying himself as the wife of so and so, he's a married man. These are married certificates and our children. Do you know what's going to happen to you? First of all, your marriage in the abroad is nullified because you're already legally married to somebody here. And technically, they can deport you. Exactly. So that's what it sounds like. When we come from Odù and we belong to an Egbe there, then we come to this Aye and we just totally forget. But anyway, it's not our fault that we forget, because a lot of us, our spiritual memories was not just activated at the time of birth, you know. There's so many cultures in Africa that help you go through some spiritual process to be able to remember some things. But in Ifa, it's so simple. You don't have to go through any spiritual process to remember. You just ask Ifa. And somebody is asking, how can you ask Ifa? How do you think Ifa knows everything? Oh, Ifa is the voice of Olódùmarè. So except if you are saying Olódùmarè, who is the divine and supreme being, doesn't know everything. Let's rewind a bit. Olódùmarè created everyone and everything. Oh, I'm getting this crown for the second time today. Thank you so much, Iyanifa. If you are ready to join me, if you are ready to speak, you said you were going to find a place to speak. Iyanifa, if you are ready to, just drop a comment. Someone says, how can one's spiritual memory be activated? I just explained it to you now. Some practices across Asia and Africa have it. In Yoruba spirituality, which is Ifa and ÌṢÄШE, what we have is to just ask Ifa. Is simple. And why would we ask Ifa? Like I was saying, Ifa is the voice of Olódùmarè, the words of Olódùmarè. Olódùmarè is the divine and supreme being that created everything that we know in this life and the one that we don't know in other lives. So Olódùmarè will be in the best position to. It's like somebody is asking, how do I remember what happened when I was 3 months old? Oh, ask your parents. They created you, as it were. They saw you at that time. They recorded it. They will be in the best position to tell you. So that is why we go to Ifa to ask these things. And of course, because Ifa is also Ẹlẹ́rìí. For the person that said I wasn't speaking Yoruba, I hope you have heard the Yoruba word now. Ifa is called Ẹlẹ́rìí. Ẹlẹ́rìí is the witness of your destiny. The witness of your life here and before. Ifa witnessed it. So Ifa can tell you, oh, what I witnessed when you were not there, even the ones your parents did not see and know, Ifa witnessed it. So you can come to Ifa to ask the question. Is that okay? Is this where Àkọsẹ̀jayé and Itefa comes in? Beautiful. Auntie Lande, this is where Itefa and Àkọsẹ̀jayé comes in. Okay? So you find out about where you're coming from, who you are, blah, 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 and every other thing in between. Is that okay? Which includes your Egbe. Your Egbe. Now, let's skip to the parts where some people think Egbe is associated with women only or with female gender only. I don't know where they got that from, though. Why is it that some women couldn't conceive here? Because they are already married within their Egbe and already have children over there. Okay, we'll get to that. Please hold that thought. If in the next 10 minutes I've not responded to you, remind me so that we don't mix everything together. Oh, thank you so much, Jane. Yes, join us every Monday. Join us every weekday on this same channel for Ashe for Today. We learn every day. We learn what Ifa and ÌṢÄШE is, what African spirituality is, 6 a.m. Nigerian time. So check what time it will be on your time zone. For those on EST, it will be 1 a.m. every weekday, Monday to Friday. And then Sundays like this, 12 noon Nigerian time or 7 a.m. on the EST. Every other person should check their time zone. So Egbe, we have defined Egbe as, those heavenly group that you belong to. And the fact that you have come here on earth does not mean you are no longer part of them. You are still a part of them. You are still obligated to them. They are still a part of your life, okay? When you travel abroad, your parents can still pull some strings for you in that foreign country, even if they've not been there before. They will know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that will say, my daughter just moved to NC and she's taking her master's or her PhD. That's true. My neighbor's wife is also there. She visited there. What school is it? Oh, University of North Carolina. Oh wow, that's where my neighbor's wife is also lecturing. Then they link you up, helping you to make your stay in NC better and easier, despite the fact that they didn't go there with you. That's what your Egbe, that's what they do. But the moment you have cut off from them and you are speaking English, I no longer belong to this family, I've seen the world, Nigeria is a village, I don't want to have anything to do with them again, blah blah blah, ABC, XYZ. The help that you are supposed to get, you will not get it from them. They will not be able to pull strings for you. Some of you will travel abroad where they thought you are going to make it. You get financially trapped one day. Is those your family members you left at home that are still going to send money for you for rent, to support you for a few months before you get rent? That's what your Egbe is supposed to do for you. But because you don't know them, you don't acknowledge them, you don't recognize them, you are walking through this life alone. Ẹ wá rìn bí ẹni tí ò ní ìyá, ẹni tí ò ní bàbá, ẹni tí ò lẹ́bí, ẹni tí ò lára. Ọmọ onílé ọlọ́nà wá di ọmọ tó kàn rìn gbèrègbèrè lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ títì. You that you come from an Egbe that is prestigious, that is wealthy. You now come into this earth, you are now living like a child that has been disowned. You are living like somebody that doesn't have nothing. It's like the son of a king, the Oni of Ife. Imagine that his son decides to go to Europe, and then he's saying, I just want to live my life here. I don't want anybody to know that I'm from wealth. I don't need anybody knowing that I just want to hustle on my own. Until you will suffer unnecessarily. Because what? I just want to build a name for myself. You already have a name that people have built for you. Use it. That's why you have it. You don't need to suffer. The people that are suffering, they don't have it. That's why they are suffering. What is exciting you in suffering? Some of you come from prestigious Egbe. You are in this life, you are suffering. What are you trying to prove? To go back to Odù and tell your Egbe that I live this life without you. Nobody is giving you a crown for it. There's no crown in heaven. First of all, let's establish that. Forget that they told you there is any crown in heaven. There is no crown anywhere. So coming to this earth and saying, there's nothing for you here. Somebody is just even struggling. I've heard people say a couple of times, if our ancestors are really there, why are they not supporting? If my Egbe are really there, why are they not supporting? We should ask you. You are the one we should ask. You are the one we should ask. How do I go about this Itefa and Akosejai? Send a message to the WhatsApp number that is now on the screen. Send the message to the WhatsApp number. So you have to first of all acknowledge your Egbe. Your first step is to do a spiritual divination to find out what your Egbe is. Acknowledge them. What do they expect from you? How does your Egbe work? Study it. They've told you, some of you, they've told you about Iyalode, Egbe Babalaje, Egbe Iyalaje, Egbe Kori, Egbe Jagun, whatever it is that they say. Does each group have different compatibility? Each group are different. They are different. It's like societies. Just see, don't think about this thing in abstract. You will understand it better if you don't think about it in abstract. You see how I'm using real life example to explain to you so that you can think about it with something you can relate with. Is that okay? Now, Mommy UK, okay, I will scroll to your question again, but if you don't mind, you can type it here if it's very urgent. If not, just wait for me to scroll through the questions I've missed. So every Egbe is different, just like you have different societies and different, they are all different. And what this Egbe will be compatible with will be different from what another Egbe will be compatible with. It's just like family. You have your family. There are some people that your family members are not. In this side of life, we say that, what is Egbe in Igbo English, please? In English, it's called Heavenly Group, or Heavenly Association, or Heavenly Society. Those of you that understand that and you are practitioners of Igbo spirituality or Igbo tradition, please can you explain it? I don't speak Igbo, so I don't know what it means. So this, you see this, yes, so think about it in a way that you would understand. Is that okay? Mommy UK, please, you want to ask your question again? If not, so this is what Egbe is. And you need to find out what your Egbe is, find out who they are, what they want, what association what the association is about, what are their rules and regulations, their do's and don'ts. Because if you violate those rules and regulations, there are consequences for it. Badamosi Olayemi Ogboatoyin. There are consequences for it. So when you see people saying that this Egbe of a thing is evil, is wicked, they keep stopping people from getting married, they keep pulling down somebody's business, and somebody will even tell you that they met an Egbe once, they slept with her and things went down. There are consequences. See, first of all, let's move from where we are coming from to the side of responsibility and accountability. I beg of you, you are an adult. Before you blame somebody else for something, find out what part you played. Let's be accountable. We've blamed every other person too long and too much. Find out if Egbe has been divined for you as what is the cause of your problem. The first question should be, what did I do wrong or what did I not do right? Let's start from being responsible and accountable. I beg of you. Don't just carry that and jump. He said they are dealing with you, they are this and this and this. What did you do? Because religion and westernization has taught us that we cannot be wrong. Every other person is wrong. God, why me? Is God. He's the devil, is the devil. He's village people, is village people. Every other person is wrong apart from you. Every other person is wrong apart from you. Who is CIA that is saying what the person said? Somebody said, I believe in the Bible, I'm new to this. I don't understand Igbo or Yoruba. But you understand English, right? You understand English, so follow us. You are what's it called? You believe in the Bible and you're interested in this. If you're interested, follow us. If it's not a content you want, you can just scroll. Like, just do your phone like this, swipe up. It will take you to another page. But if you're interested in what we are teaching, just listen. Every Yoruba word I use, I would define it in English. Do you understand? Okay. So how can somebody find out about their Egbe? Please send a message via the WhatsApp number. You are interested, all right, you are in the right place. If you have any questions, just ask. Where are you located? In Nigeria. I'm located in Nigeria. If you need anything, send the message via the WhatsApp number that will be pinned on your screen. Iyanifa says she's ready. All right, give me a few minutes. The WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen. Send a message. Fernando. Ekaro, Ekojumo, Àbọrú, Àbọyè. So this is, in a nutshell, what Egbe is. You have sent a message via WhatsApp. That's excellent. This is in a nutshell what Egbe is. So if you are getting any backlash from your Egbe, let's start by what are you doing wrong? Is that okay? Now, let me answer the question of Dr. Yomi that says, why is it that there are some women that couldn't conceive here because they are already married within their Egbe and already has children over there? Okay. What is the connection between Egbe and spiritual spouse? Oh, these two questions look alike, so let me answer it. Now, Egbe is association and friendship you belong to, right? It's a part of your life. We have friend group, association, and whatever it is. Now, getting married and having children is just part of regular life. So if we had a life before we came here, it means that we had participated in certain things that is just part of regular life, which includes being in association like Egbe, which includes getting married and having children. See, just like in this life here, you have your spouse and you say, now we are married though, and I'm not going to get married to any other person apart from you. You exchange your vows, and in that vow, you people promised each other that it is monogamy. Okay? Who is upstairs? Is anybody there? Excuse me, please. Is anybody there? Please tell daddy. Tell daddy that he's making noise. He's playing his game, right? Tell him that he should remove his headphones. He's making noise. And I'm on my live streaming. Let him remove that headphone. So, sorry for that. So just like, you know, you sit down with the person you're dating or you're married to before you get married and you say, you know what, we are going to exchange vows. I want a monogamous relationship. This is not an open relationship. Then you people get married. Now, when you get married, you also decide how many children you want to have. You just don't get married, and you want to know if both of you share the same number of children dream-wise. So this person wants 5 children. You just want 1. Or this one doesn't want children at all. You want 7. You cannot get married. That's one. So before you do all of that, you have already decided we are going to have 2 children. Now, you have decided you are going to have 2 children, right? You have decided in your life that you don't want to have more than 2 children. Then you now have 2 children in all. You now come to this earth. You now marry somebody else, and you are not able to have children. Yeah. Because you have already promised that you are going to have just 2. You can't have any more. That's a promise that you have made. That's an oath that you have signed. But a lot of people don't know because you are not finding out about these things. Take, for instance, you are in a relationship in the abroad, and you people have decided, before you left, you have had 2 children with your spouse and your partner, and you have decided to do permanent family planning. We are not having any more children. Then you now relocate to Russia or Zimbabwe, and then you meet somebody else there, and you are trying to get pregnant with that person. It's not going to happen. You have done permanent family planning. You have had the number of children you wanted to have. Or maybe medically from your home country, they said, madam, you can't have any more children. We'll have to tie your tubes. You are not going to have any children here. It's not going to happen. You first of all have to recognize and realize that you have that as a commitment or a condition. So when you get to this other place, if your partner allows you to marry somebody else in this new place, then you can now decide to say, let's do IVF, let's adopt. You will find other means to make sure it happens. It's the same thing with spirituality. People that have spouses where they are coming from, most likely your spouse will not be open to you having any other spouse. But somebody will say, but they know that this life is another life and they should allow us to enjoy this life the way it is. You are the one that is assuming that is another life. Like I tell you people, you see this thing that they say somebody is born and then somebody passes, as if that is the beginning and the end of that person. It's not the beginning, it's just a continuation. It's like you leaving your home country in Africa and then traveling abroad, and then you say, oh, I'm born, I'm just starting life. The day I stepped into UK at the Heathrow airport is me just starting life. No, you are not just starting life. Excuse me, you are the life where you are coming from. People knew you there. You have wife and children, you have brothers and sisters, you have commitments in that life, you have children you are training. You don't come into UK and now say, oh, this is a new life, I don't have any connection to it, I'm just born, I'm just starting out life. The responsibilities you left in your home country, who is going to take it? You cannot shy from it. And if you try it, the people in your home country that you are committed to, they will go to the embassy of that country and say, please, see you, he abandoned his wife and his children here. They will send people to you. They will blow off your phone with phone calls. They will send friends and family that they know in that country to remind you. You had a responsibility here. So that's pretty much how it works. Now, how do you fix this? Let's say you travel to a country where compulsorily in this country is part of life, you have to get married. You have to liaise with your wife or your husband from your home country to say, babe, I came here and I found out that it's not possible to be single in this country, or to be able to enjoy the benefits of this country, I have to be married, and I found somebody that I love. Please, babe, allow me to marry this person. I'm not abandoning you. You are still a part of my life. But for me to survive in this place, I need to be married to somebody. Let's not say it too much. A lot of us do it. Don't we do it? A lot of you people, tẹ́ni pálí, ṣe now. Ẹ fẹ́ yàwó nílùú tẹwà, ẹ fọ́kọ nílùú tẹwà torí pé ẹ fẹ́ gba pálí. A lot of you, ẹ dẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa, ẹ bá àwọn ìyàwó yín àtọkọ yín nílé sọ̀rọ̀ pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe ń bíbá ẹ ní o, kéèyàn tó gbàwé ní bíbá ẹ, ó máa fẹ́ yàwó ń bẹ́ẹ̀ ní o. If you don't understand Yoruba, that's the secret among those of us that are here. But in a nutshell, I said a lot of people do it. People that come from Africa do it. They marry in that country because there are benefits to it, and their family allows them. So what they have to do is go ahead and divorce the other person, and then they marry this new person because of whatever that is attached to it. But they are still taking care of the people back home. You understand it now? Please, if it's relatable and making sense, let me know in the comment section. Iyanifa, thank you so much for the gift. Thank you for the constant support. So this is how it is. It's as simple as this. So the same way you call your spouse back home and try to settle these things, you are also supposed to spiritually call your spouse. Which country are you from? I'm from Nigeria. You are spiritually supposed to call that your spouse that you have had in the spirit realm to say, this life, I want to marry you. This life, love is sweet, but I'm not forgetting you. You know, we are still together. I will still be giving you what is due to you. And you people will settle it. No. Religion told you that your spirit husband is evil. If he's not evil, why is he attacking every marriage you have? Your wife that you left in Nigeria when you got to UK, she's evil for coming out to say, this man has children, beware of him, if he's lying to you that he's single, he's not single, this is his wife and his children. You will be the heroic woman. Everybody will celebrate you that you are trying to help innocent women from falling into the trap of this one that is lying, that is single. So when your spirit husband and spirit wife is doing it, why do we think it's bad? So please discard that idea that they gave you, that spirit husbands. So how do we divorce? Yes, there's a process for it. It's not a divorce. It's called settlement. You settle them. You cannot divorce them. You will settle them, because on this side of earth, it is not a requirement that you divorce your spirit husband before you can marry here. If you're marrying in another country, it's a requirement. Here, you just have to settle them and have an understanding. There is a process for that. So if you think that that is what you are going through, please send a message via the WhatsApp number that is pinned on your screen. And if you are catching a replay on YouTube, the WhatsApp number is in the description box of the video. Every time they make spiritual spouse evil, I mean, don't mind them. If you decide to take care of your spirit spouse, you settle them, you give them what is due to them regularly, they will protect you. In fact, they will help you make good choices in this side of life. If you have settled your spirit spouse and you appease them regularly, you give them the gifts that is due to them, and your spirit children, if you have, they will guide you into the right person to be with. They will protect you just like your Egbe. But no, they are making you fight everything. Eshu, that is the one that is supposed to carry all the ebo between us and all the Orishas and Egbe, they have demonized Eshu. They've demonized Eshu. Egbe that is supposed to support you in this part of life, just the way I've explained, they've demonized Egbe. Spirit husband that is supposed to guide you, protect you, you know, take care of you, they've demonized that one. You are now in this life, you are suffering, and you are wondering why you are suffering. Every being that was supposed to help you make life better here, you are fought with them. It's like someone that traveled abroad. Support from home, you don't want to get. They directed you to people that will support you in the abroad. New family, new friends, community that will help you settle. You don't want to connect with them. The job that you are on, they have an association, labor group. You don't want to connect to those ones. You just want to be by yourself. You are Jesus. You are Muhammad. You are Allah. You are whatever it is. And you are wondering why you are suffering in UK. Until you have not started. But you are back by lórí. Wàá pe àwọn tó ní ẹ́ toró òjàbọ́ látọ̀run. Ìgbà tí ìyá ẹ̀ ń bá jẹ́ níbi tó lójú pálí. All the help they directed to you, you will be the one to go back there and say, please, she has come back. Please, can you just assist with? You will go back. Don't worry. What I said in Yoruba is, you want to stay there alone and do it on your own because they told you there's a crown that is waiting for you for doing it for your own. Auntie, your suffering will be pro max, will be times 10, times 100, and nobody will be to blame. Nobody. That's your choice. You chose that. Is that okay? And that's very unnecessary. So all of these spirit forces that are here to help us, welcome them, entertain them, connect with them. There are some things that Egbe will do for you that Orishas cannot do. There are some things that your spirit husband will do to make life easier for you that what is it called, that Ibure will not do. All these different things add up to your life. The same way your friends cannot replace your family, they cannot replace your neighbors. Even if your father is the president of your country, if you go into another country and you have an emergency, the first person that will come to you is your neighbor. There is a place of that neighbor, there is a place of that your roommate. Your roommates will be there in the day of emergency at night before they remember that your father is the king of wherever it is. All of these things have their place. So we have explained what is Egbe. Now somebody asked the question, what's the difference between Emere and Egbe? They are different. They are, let me just say this. Everybody belongs to an Egbe. So an Emere too belongs to an Egbe. You understand? It's like somebody saying, what's the difference between a Nigerian citizen and a Nigerian governor? A Nigerian governor is also a citizen of Nigeria. So you can't really say what's the difference, you know. The person says, what's the difference between Emere and Omoelere? Now, Egbe is divided into two major. That association called Egbe is divided into two major groups, okay? So we have Egbe and Ere. How do I define it? It's like saying the citizen of a country is divided into two types. You have the diplomatic citizens and you have the regular citizens, okay? They are all citizens of that same country. we are all Nigerian passport holders, but some people hold diplomatic passports in Nigeria, and some people just hold the regular passports, okay? But we are all citizens, we are all passport holders. Is that okay? So we are all the same thing. But then there are two major groups, Egbe and Ere. Now, when you are doing your Egbe initiation, they will cast the Owo Eyo, the cowrie shell is what they use for divinations during Egbe. When they cast the cowrie, they will ask, is this person Elegbe or Elere? Is that okay? If this person is Elegbe, the name that will be given to the person after will be Egbe something. Egbe would likely be the prefix. Egbe Yemi, Egbe Wale, Egbe Rotimi, Egbe Sheun, you understand? Now, people that are from the Ere side are the ones where you hear names like Ere Bamidele, Ere Shegun, you understand? So take for instance, for me now, I'm from the side of Ere, and my name is Ere Dolapo. Awobankefa Ere Dolapo is Ere that I work with under that energy. So Emere and Omoelere, they are, and Emere can also be an Omoelere, and somebody that is Emere can also come from that Ere side. Now, the reason a lot of people don't speak so much about Ere as they speak so much about Egbe is this. Egbe is more common, Egbe is more popular. Just like when we speak of citizens and passport holders, we talk a lot about regular passport holders. When people complain about the green passport, the way people are being treated with the green passports when they get to different embassies, is the regular passport holders they are talking about. The diplomatic passport holders don't get to be treated that way. But we don't hear so much of that because there are fewer people who hold that. So Egbe is more common than the Ere. That's why you hardly hear people speak about them. Then secondly, Egbe is general. You understand? Is more general. You have general Egbe groups like Egbe Ekori. Egbe Ekori is the Egbe that is associated with children. So by virtue of birth, that you are just an infant child, you are automatically a member of Egbe Ekori. And when you see children playing with their dolls and speaking to themselves, you have to just go here. You will go to the market today because mommy said you should sit down. They are speaking to themselves. So they are making conversation as though somebody is responding to them. They are hugging the air, as it were. Egbe Ekori is what they are interacting with. Their mind and their brain has not been cumbered with the cares of life. They are still in a place where they don't really have so much of these life worries on them. Their mind and their spirit is still more inclined with the spiritual than with the physical. You see a baby sleeping and just smiling, making gestures in their sleep. Is the interactions that they have with their Egbe. And that is Egbe Ekori, is general, which is where this Yoruba song comes from. Kori koto mapaya milekun, Òrìṣà ewe mapaya milekun. Kori koto mapaya milekun, Òrìṣà ewe mapamoda milekun. Now that is Egbe Ekori. The Orisha that handles Egbe Ekori is Òrìṣà ewe. Ewe is children. Is that okay? That is general. You have so many other Egbes. Now, when people come to ask me, is this Egbe, they name one Egbe. Let's take, for instance, Egbe Enyorin. Is it a real thing? See, there are so many Egbes, so many. Some that I myself have not even heard before. There are so many. Imagine all of us on this planet. There are so many Egbes. So it is the duty of the Baba Egbe or the Egbe that is initiating you loosely. I don't like to use that word, but that is what a lot of you are familiar with. That is installing your Egbe to find out the name of your Egbe. It could be so many things. There are so many Egbe. Now, there are some of them that is prominent, okay? Just like we have so many Orishas, but the whole world is revolving around Shango, Oshun, Yemoja, Oya, Eshu, Obatala, Ajay. Aside from that, and they say we have 401. So sometimes when you ask somebody, oh, what's your head Orisha? Oh, it's Ogun. I'm wondering, the other Orishas that make up the 401, were they barren? They don't have children? They don't have... We are just limiting ourselves to what we are revolving around. A lot of times, the people that are telling you, this is your head Orishas, see, at this, like my people will say, at this junction, let me just tell you, they are just echoing what somebody else has told them. Especially those in the diaspora. This is what I need to tell you. All your babas are revolving around 7 to 10 orishas. Because that is the only thing that they know. They are not receiving info, they are just revolving around what they know. The same thing with Egbe. 90% of the women I've met in this life, Iyalode, Egbe Iyalode, Egbe Iyalode. Àwọn ọmọ Egbe tó kù ńkọ́, but that's not the conversation for today, Sha. But it's something that you need to look into. Orishas handle different Egbe. So if we have 401 Irumole and Orishas, that means by default we have 401 Irumole, 401 Egbe. Meanwhile, certain Orishas handle more than one Egbe. So there are so many of it. Is that okay? So if your Egbe happens to be the one that nobody has heard before, it's okay. There's no problem with it. You just need to understand what you are doing, what your Egbe is, what it is associated with. Is that okay? Somebody said something about Egbe Asho Funfun and Asho Dudu here. Well, what is the difference between Egbe Funfun Pupa and Dudu? There's no such thing as Egbe Funfun, Egbe Pupa, and Egbe Dudu. Those three colors are associated with Iyami. It's not associated with Egbe. There is no such thing like that. You can decide to create a society and call it Egbe Funfun. But under Egbe, kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ Egbe Pupa, Egbe Funfun, Egbe Dudu. Those three colors, àwọn ìyá funfun, ìyá pupa, ìyá dúdú, red, black, and white, they are associated strictly with àwọn Iyami. Is that okay? So yeah, we've just described Egbe. Now, some people belong to more than one Egbe. You can. Just like in this life, you can belong to more than one society. I can belong to Old Student Association of my school, of my secondary school, Old Student Association of my uni, Rotary Club, Red Cross, Association of Good Women. I don't know which association is bad. Association of Good Women, August Women Gele Association, Neighborhood Association. We can belong to so many associations. But when we look at it, when we are making a divination, the Egbe that we pick is the one that you have the strongest alignment to. Is that okay? So the person that asks the difference between Emere and Omoilere, I think I've answered your question. So the one that you have the strongest alignment to is the one that is likely to come up in your Egbe. Now, some people still have strong alignments to their different Egbe. I was watching a video by Araba-Ifayemi Elebuibo, and he said he belonged to, I think, 7 or 8 different Egbe that he's strongly associated with. Is that okay? So you can belong to more than one Egbe. Now, there is another term that has been misunderstood or misdefined. We'll go to that. Let me take this question. The person says, does everyone have spiritual husband or wife? No, not everybody. Just like in this life, it's not every adult that has husband and wife. So in Orun too, it's not everybody that is married. Some people were not of marriageable age when they left Orun. Some people were of marriageable age and they didn't just get married. It's just like on earth too. It's not everybody that has it. Some people have been married in Orun. Some people have children. Some people don't have. You need to find out if you do. Iyanifa, I will call you up at 2:30 Nigerian time. That's the next 15 minutes. 2:30 Nigerian time should be what on your time? That should be 9:30 your time, I think so. But in the next 40 minutes now. If Iyami Aje wants you to work with you, what do you do? Also, does that make you an Iyami? If Iyami wants to work with you, that means somebody must have told you, right? The person asking that question, water warrior, was it through a divination? Are you asking this question for yourself, first of all, so that I know how to answer you? Let me know how to answer you. Do people in Orun reincarnate? Are you saying that the people reincarnate in Orun, or do people come to this earth and reincarnate? Let me understand what your question is. Okay, you said yes. So yes, it is you that the question is about you, okay? And dream, you mean that àwọn Iyami appear to you in your dream to say they want to work with you? Is that what you're saying? Please confirm so that I will know how to answer that question. Now, I would advise one thing, which is what I always advise. It's good to ask questions from people that you understand that they are supposed to be knowledgeable about certain things, okay? But before you take decisions about your life, after you have asked for every other person's opinion based on their level of understanding or experience, ask Ifa. I beg you, ask Ifa. So if you have made a divination to ask Ifa that, oh, I keep having different dreams, okay? I have different dreams. And I think àwọn Iyami are trying to call me or want to work with me. When you ask Ifa, Ifa will answer you as to, oh, is it àwọn Iyami that wants to work with you? Okay? Now, Ifa will also answer that question of what do you do? How do you answer that call? How do you make yourself available to them? Ifa will answer. The spirits that called you will answer through Ifa. Okay? So when it comes to Ifa and ÌṢÄШE, as much as we acknowledge that people can hear spiritual voices, people can have dreams, people can see vision, we always say so that you are sure, 100% sure that your dreams and your vision is not being manipulated, ask Ifa. So whoever it is that did the divination for you will also answer that question. You can ask Ifa everything. Ifa is not supposed to give you half information. And you can ask as many times as possible. Thank you so much. You can ask as many times as possible. Sarah Mohammed, thank you for the compliments. Who is Ifa? Okay. Who, when we use who in English, it means a person, okay? So Ifa is not a person, a human person. Ifa never existed in this earth as a human person. So I will give you 4 definitions of Ifa. Ifa ni ohun ẹnu Olódùmarè. Ifa is the voice of Olódùmarè. Ifa is the words of Olódùmarè. All right? Ifa ni ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín. Ifa is the witness of your destiny. So when you were picking your destiny before you came to this earth, Ifa witnessed your destiny and it is recorded in Ifa. So it is recorded on this part of life as 256 Odus. Odus are like chapters, okay? So it's like somebody spoke words and it was being recorded. All right, now we have it in written format. Back in the day, it was just oral. The words that Olódùmarè spoke that we are going to use on this earth, that govern this earth, is like when your father gives, your father calls a lawyer and he wants to give his last words on how you are going to run his estate and everything. Then the lawyer records. Those are the words of your father. So they say, in the last words of Chief Amaka is the name of a woman. In the last words of Chief Balogun, those were his words. Then the lawyer will also write it down. So Olódùmarè spoke words that governs this whole universe, and it has been written down, and it is called Ifa. So that's the second definition. Then Ifá ni atórí ẹni tí ò sunwọ̀n ṣe. Ifá is the repairer of destiny. So Ifá witnesses your destiny, and that destiny might not be too good. Ifá also helps you repair it. That's Ifá. Then the fourth definition is Ifá ni afini mọ̀nà ọmọ aráyé. Ifá is the one that shows you the way to go, your pathfinder. Simply put, Ifá is the GPS of life. Okay, so now let's link all of those things. The words of the mouth of Olódùmarè directing you in GPS. You understand? So your father spoke words on the few hours of his life, or he has been speaking it to his lawyer at different stage of his life, right? Then those words are the ones that is going to guide you. My second daughter is supposed to get the business in Abuja. These are the shareholders. This is where the file is, you know. He continues to direct you on the way to go. Is that okay? Then Ifá witness your destiny. Olódùmarè is the divine and supreme being. He knows the destiny you picked. So he's also telling you that destiny through Ifá. So that's the definition of Ifá. 8 minutes more for me to bring Iyanifa on the program. So before then, we have established Egbe and Emere, and I've told you why Emere is not as popular as Egbe, because Emere is for a fewer group of people. Are you Yoruba? Oh yes, I'm Yoruba. How do you connect with Ifá? Please send a message via the WhatsApp number. Somebody should post the WhatsApp number on my screen. You connect with Ifá through the Ifá's priests and priestesses. So there are chosen priests and priestesses who are the custodians of Ifá, who help you to connect with Ifá. Just like how do you connect with your father's will? Through the lawyer. The lawyer has the information. The lawyer can explain the terms to you. The lawyer understands the jurisdiction in which that will count. He knows everything in it. Is that okay? So send a message via the WhatsApp number that is on your screen or in the description box of the video. Now we have explained that. Now, another reason why people are silent about Emere is because Emere is a very powerful part of that whole Egbe thing. All right, let's use the word like that. Emere is a deeply spiritual and very powerful part, which is why Omo Elere has been termed to be some spiritual children. Now let me explain what Omo Elere and Omo Elegbe is. Gbogbo wa la legbe, Elegbe ni gbogbo wa. Elegbe means we belong to Egbe. We are all members of an Egbe. Just like your society and group, we are all members of the society. But you see, in that society, the YouTube channel is Iyanifa Ewa TV. Iyanifa Ewa TV is the YouTube channel, and that is where you find replays of all the videos that we have had on live streaming. Thank you very much. You guys are doing great with the likes on YouTube. Is it only for Yoruba? No, Ifá is for everybody. Ifá welcomes everybody to his mat. You need Ajay, please send a message via the WhatsApp number that is pinned on your screen. Ifá is for everybody. Ifá welcomes everybody. That is why you find people in the US practicing Ifá. You find people in Europe, in South America, in Asia, in Africa, everybody. We have Babalawos who are not even Africans in any way. Is that okay? So, and then for that person that is asking to, you can also Google Iyalorisha, Aduni Olorisha. Please, can somebody type Aduni Olorisha in the comment section? You can Google Aduni Olorisha. She was a Caucasian woman from Austria that came to Nigeria, and she was one that built what we know today as the Osun-Osogbo Grove. Osun is one of the Orishas of Ifá. So that is just a, how will I put it? That's a universal example of somebody that is European, completely European, that Ifá welcomed her, and she found her place not only as a regular Ifá devotee, but as an Orisha priestess who contributed a lot to what we know today as the Osun Osogbo Grove, where the Osun Osogbo festival takes place. All right. So we were defining Elegbe and Omo Elegbe. So as an Elegbe, we have Egbe, meaning that we belong to the society. As an Elere, we belong to that society. But then you know that there are members and there are executive members. An executive member is also a member. But an executive member is a high-level member, a super-functioning member, a member that is in charge of something. As a regular floor member, you can decide to go for meeting and just sit down and be looking. You can decide to even skip meetings. If they say you cannot miss meetings more than 3 times. If you miss meeting by the 3rd time, you'll be fined. As a normal floor member, you can decide to miss meeting twice every month because you have 3 as the maximum. So every month you can decide I'll be missing meeting two times. But an executive member cannot do that. Secretary that is going to take minutes cannot do that. Executive members are part of the committee that is governing and ruling it. Now, when it comes to Egbe, we also have them executive members. Those are the ones we call Omo Elegbe and Omo Elere. Is different from Elegbe and Elere. Omo Elegbe are executive members of their Egbe. They hold position of authority. Okay, they are strong members. How can I start it fast? I've told you to send a message via the WhatsApp number that is on your screen. I pinned the WhatsApp number. Somebody should type it again. Now, that's the difference. Now, when you have an executive member of a society, they carry the matter of that society on their head more than any other person. So the person that is asking for how do I start IFA, send a message to the WhatsApp number on your screen. They carry the matter of the community, of the society on their head more than any other person. They are the ones that have stickers on their car. They are the ones that is always wearing the association uniform. They are the ones speaking for the association, advocating for the association, trying to change misconception about the association. That's what executive members do. They are more invested. So which is why when Omo Elegbe comes to this side of earth, you find out that they are more prominent when it comes to things that have to do with Egbe. What society is that? I'm just explaining something. We are not talking about a society. Just hold on and listen. You understand where we are coming from and where we are going to. So you would see them manifest more traits about their Egbe. They would do more things. They would show more features and characteristics of their Egbe. And they become more prominent. People see them more. That is why parents that have children that are Omo Elegbe, you will recognize them more than the general people. That's the explanation of why you have some people that are just constantly disturbing the society. Just like you say, this person's own is too much. Every day, Red Cross, Red Cross, Red Cross. Can we hear something else? No. He's the chairman of Red Cross Association in this country. So before you can hear him display something else, it will take time. So the same thing with Omo Elegbe. Most of them are on this earth with strong spiritual calling and strong spiritual path to fulfill. You cannot mess with them. You can mess with a member of a society before the executive members will hear about it. But you cannot mess with the chairman of an association. You cannot. You see how we protect the president of this country. Is he not just a citizen like you and I? See the way America protects their president. The people that are guarding them are literally guarding them with their life. But they do not do that for every other member or every other citizen, sorry. It's because of the position the person holds, which is why if you come in contact with an Omo Elegbe, somebody that holds a high position in their Egbe, if you mess with them, the people that will retaliate can be like 20 at a time. What you get will be back to back, like this. It's like you have 10 children and then you are their mother, you are going in front of them, then somebody insults you. Your firstborn will do pa. The second one will not. He will just be getting slap and blow from left, right, and center. You can't have 20 children and somebody will be. But if somebody is working, no child, no family, they slap his face or they insult him, he will have to go back home and report to the family members, and they will say, where is the person? What's the person doing? This and this and this. You understand? So that is why you have Omo Elegbe in that particular way, different from just members of the Egbe. Now, if you are not an Omo Elegbe, you do not hold a... I'm going to answer your question on TikTok. Just hold on. If you do not hold a particular executive member position in your Egbe, does that mean the Egbe does not recognize you? No. As long as you pay your dues, you are following the rules and regulations of your Egbe, you are doing things to promote your Egbe, you are doing things that will foster the growth of your Egbe, they will support you. They will stand by you. It's like a society. Every time somebody has a wedding, you join them to attend. You give gifts. You make your contribution. When is your time, they will also show up for you. But if you are that one member, when it's time for contribution, that's when you put your phone on airplane mode. They will call you not reachable. After the party is over, then you show up and say, if you know what happened, you always have a story. They will not see anything. Everybody is waiting for the day to be your turn. Then you find out that nobody is showing up. So you mean this association have been in for the past 20 years, nobody showed up for you. Auntie, they will carry the file and show you. How many contributions did you make? None. It's only your best friend's wedding that you attended. Every other person, you had an excuse. You think the people that are attending every other Egbe members, what's it called, parties and functions, you think they don't have anything to do? You think they don't have excuse? No, they cut out on those things to show up for their Egbe. The same thing in this life. There are things you are supposed to do for your Egbe. There are times you are supposed to show up. Egbe is not begging you for it. It is your duty, your responsibility. If you do it, there are positive consequences for it. If you don't do it, there are consequences for it too. There are rewards if you do it well. If you don't do it, there are consequences. Is that okay? There's a whole conversation going on TikTok right now that I'm not a part of. But let me scroll and see where the conversation started from. Okay. Why am I called Iyalode? Please, I want to know. Why you are called Iyalode? I don't know. I'm not the one that is calling you Iyalode. I don't know why they call you Iyalode. The first person that started calling you Iyalode, ask them why they are calling you Iyalode. I cannot know. If you have done Egbe and they called you Iyalode, you already know it's because of your Egbe they call you that. But if you are not aware of why people call you Iyalode, then I think the people that call you Iyalode are in the best position to answer that question. Is that okay? But if you have done Egbe, I'm answering natural therapists. If you have done your Egbe installation and you are being called Iyalode, it's probably because you belong to that Egbe. And in Yoruba culture, Iyalode is also a title that they give to a woman. Just like you have chieftaincy title. There are some societies that also give that, aside from it being your spiritual Egbe. Somebody said something before now. Does Ifa sacrifice human blood? No, Ifa doesn't. No. 1,001 times no. If there is a religion that is associated with human sacrifice, that will be Christianity. Because they are the ones that told us that Jesus was crucified and went through that gory death, and he passed and he was buried, and the story after. But in Ifa, we don't have such stories. The 256 Odù Ifás has been compiled in different books. You can read it. Those of you that have joined ԻΣΕΗΣΕ for today, Iyanifa, I'm 5 minutes behind schedule. Those of you that joined ΙΣΕΗΣΕ for today, we have been reading different ÌṢẸШE Ifá and talking about the different sacrifices. Please, have you ever seen the one that they said, Adífá fún lágbájá kan pé kó lọ fi ọmọ ẹ̀ rúbọ? That we made a divination for one Baba and they said that he should bring a human being. Please, have you ever come across that in ÌŞÄÉ Ifá before? No. So we don't do that. That's one of the misconceptions. That's one of the misconceptions. We don't do that. Ifá doesn't deal with human whatever in any way. No. Animal sacrifices, yes, we do. What other question? Why am I called Iyalode? I think I've answered you. Is there an element of philosophy in Ifá? So Ifá contains everything. Ifá contains philosophy, Ifá contains medicine, Ifá contains sociology, Ifá contains business, Ifá contains accounting, Ifá contains physics, Ifá contains chemistry. So it's like you're asking that, do the words of Olódùmarè, the divine and supreme being, right? So where you are coming from, you probably heard that the divine and supreme being is God, right? So it's like you're saying, does God have control over philosophy and medicine and science? They created heaven and earth and the whole universe and everything it is in it. So trust me, everything that is put together as the words from their mouth will contain all of these things. It's like when you also ask, oh, does my father's will cover his house in Lekki? It is his house. Naturally, it is covered in his will, except of course if your father forgot that he owned that house. But if he is aware that he owned it, it's a part of his will. Is that okay? It's a part of what will have been recorded in what should be shared. So Olódùmarè is the divine and supreme being. Their word contains and covers everything, literally everything, past, present, and yet to be discovered. That is why we hear things like Professor Sophie Oluwole made mention of one new discovery of physics. She called it particle physics. Yes, particle physics is in Odù Ifá and it was discovered not too long ago, but it has already existed in Odù Ifá, meaning that Ifá already contains everything. We as human beings are the ones that is discovering it. We are the ones that has to learn and find out what these things are. Right. Someone said, do you have a church? Church is for Christians and I am not a Christian. So I guess I've answered your question. How often can somebody look after their Egbe? As often as your Egbe requires. As often as your Egbe requires. As often as your Egbe requires. If you have not established your Egbe, you have not installed your Egbe, you can find out, because then you don't even know your Egbe, so you don't know what it's about. You can find out from the Babalawo, Iyanifa, Iyalorisha, or Babalorisha that you work with. They would ask Ifá how often it comes up. Is one Iyaloshun that called you Omo Elegbe? Okay, so since it's not like you have been, you have installed your Egbe, or you have, Yoruba calls it one feed the Egbe lele, one show Egbe. If you have not done that, then please go and find out. You don't need to take the word of an Iyaloshun for it. Even me, if I call you Iyalode, you need to go and find out from Ifá if that is what it truly is. Ifá is the one that has the universal knowledge of what it is. Was told when I was born, Iyaloshun said I'm Iyalode. And just confirm from Ifá. See, Ifá is very simple. There's no sort thing as, the person that told me this thing is a powerful Babalawo. There's no sort thing as that in Ifá. Just go and find out from Ifá. It doesn't matter who said it. It doesn't matter what they said. You want to confirm if it's true, find out from Ifá. People only see the spiritual aspect of Ifá, but why? No. You are the one that only sees the spiritual aspect of Ifá, or you are only talking about the spiritual aspect of Ifá. If you have been on my page, we have been talking about science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics in Ifá. We have been talking about Ifá coding system, the physics of Ifá, the chemistry, the technology in Ifá. My children are learning Ifá coding, Ifá STEM at the moment. That's what they are learning in school. The science, the tech, the engineering, the arts, and the mathematics in Ifá, the coding in Ifá. that doesn't have anything to do with spirituality. Which is why, so you see that idea that Ifa is only spirituality is westernization and religion that brought that. So that they first of all tried to reduce Ifa to just spirituality and then gave you Christianity in exchange for it. Because if you allow people to know that Ifa is an embodiment of everything, Christianity will not be a replacement for it. How does Christianity replace the medicine in Ifa, the technology in Ifa, the science in Ifa, the philosophy in Ifa, the algorithm in Ifa? I explained in one of my videos how the recursive algorithm in computing has been existing in Ifa before they brought IT to us. But they will not want you to know that, because the whole idea was to hide that, was to take it and use it to create and build things, then come back and sell it to you. So that is why it looked like Ifa was reduced to just spirituality and then they gave you religion in place of it. No, it's more than that. Yeah? It's like a man that has a wife and then he's going after a side chick. What is the major thing that a side chick does is intimacy. Oh, she gives you 1,000,001 styles. Then you want to send your wife packing because of a side chick. It's because you have reduced your wife to the only thing about her is intimacy. When you remember that that woman has been a mother to you, she's literally the mother of your kids. She's your best friend. She's the one that will sit down and advise you when it comes to business. She's the person you can rub minds with. She's your prayer partner. She's your gist partner. She's the one that understands you from where you are coming from. You will know that a random girl that you picked up on the streets, that the only thing you do is to be intimate in bed, is not a replacement. But the moment you have reduced the role of your wife in your life to just the matters that take place in the bedroom, then you can easily say, I will find another woman somewhere else. How are you doing with that? How many Egbe have been identified? There are so many of them, like I said. My mom was told when I was born. Okay, I've answered your question. I just came in. Please, can you kindly do a summary? You can watch a replay on the YouTube channel when this video is over. Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. You will watch it. You will watch the video. The entire video will be there. I won't be doing a summary of something I'm still talking about. Do men have Egbe and how do they know? Everybody has Egbe. I've established that. Men and women alike. I would explain to you why it looks like it is more of women than men. That is when we go back and explain Awon Iyami. What is Ifa's position about astrology? Ifa contains everything, including astrology. Ifa contains everything. Ifa contains everything. It's like you're asking me, what is the position of my father's company, and what is the position of my father's will as regards his company in Dubai? It is included in his will. He owns the company. Everything about it in his will. Just study his will, you will find it there. It's simple. Is that okay? Can you do a consultation for me? Oh yes, send a message via the WhatsApp number that is showing on your screen. Iyanifa, let me answer these questions and then I'll bring you up. I've just pinned the WhatsApp number on your screen right now. Can you do a consultation for me? Yes, send a message via the WhatsApp number on your screen. Any other question? Please mention a few Egbes. I have already mentioned them. If you miss this video, catch the replay on Iyanifa Ewa TV. Iyalode is an Egbe. Iyalaje, Babalaje, Egbe ni won. Ajagun Egbe ni. Egbe Jagun is there. Egbe Kori is there. To mention but a few. Let me speak like English literary and debating people in English class. So we have answered all the questions right now. Yes. Iyanifa, are you ready to come up? Have you sent an invite? Can I bring you up? Let me see. All right. Iyanifa is here. So I wanted somebody else to contribute to Egbe. Contribute to Egbe. Iyanifa, I've added you. Can you hear me? Let me scroll up.
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can. Kindly introduce yourself and where you're joining us from. Oh, somebody said, is that your boss? Oh, she's also an Ifa priestess. We don't have bosses here. We don't have, how would I put it? We don't have hierarchy here. We are all Ifa priests and priestesses that have been called at different times in our life to do different things. All right. So she's also an Iyanifa, which simply means an Ifa priestess, and she's in the US. That is where she practices Ifa from, and she also has her group like I do. She has her students, and she's doing excellently well. Is that right? She's doing excellent. Yes, so Iyanifa, thank you very much for joining us. She was here last week too, right? Oh, that's true. When we talked about Ifa
Yeah,
and women.
I say.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So on the topic of Iyami, Egbe, and Emere, yeah. What do you have to? Please, first of all, introduce yourself. I want people to know where you are. They catch your name. Somebody was asking me last week that she didn't quite your name and your social media handle. So please, you mention that so that people that are around you where you are in the US can walk in to see a physical Iyanifa, because I know what it means to have a physical community, right? So, and she's somebody that I can direct people to. So please, let me know your name, what state you are, and your social media handles. Thank you.
Ashe. Ashe. Alafia, everyone. It's afternoon there, so ekasan and Àbọrú Àbọṣíṣẹ to you, Iyanifa.
Oh, I thought to you too. Thank you.
Ashe. I am Iyanifa Ewa. I will send you a dinado to see me. I am an Iyanifa born and raised Georgia Peach in the United States. Single mom, and I am the founder and Iyanifa of Temple of Tulukon Bunda. I'm also Iyanifa in Egbe Temple Egbe. So my temple is under Egbe Temple, but I'm also the resident Iyanifa for that community as well. So here in the U.S., I am also technically Orisha, because I also am priestess of several Orishas. Specialized in, and my temple actually, ironically, is the home of Egbe. When Oluwo did the divination for my temple and got the Odù and the Orishas that were kind of like taking care of our temple, he's like, your temple's the home of Egbe.
Wow.
And so, so for me personally and my journey, that Egbe and Iyami very specifically have been two areas, and Eshu, because I'm a priestess of Eshu, areas of focus on debunking some of the stereotypes and things that have been associated, especially in the diaspora. I think a lot of times in the diaspora, some of the things that get shared are purposeful in trying to keep us from going back to our ancestral practices. And the work that was done in the U.S. from slavery, it wasn't just enslaving our ancestors. For those of you who are Nigerian, your cousins, it was, we're going to enslave them and break them down in a way that they thought was going to be irreparable. So they made sure that they didn't put everybody speaking the same language together. They tortured and tormented our ancestors in a way that broke them down so much that they could just follow whatever. But now that we are coming back home to our practices, we are learning and unlearning a lot of things. So like when people speak about the mothers, that speak about the Iyami, when I tell you that, what is the first thing I heard? That they eat babies. That was the first thing I ever heard about them, is that they eat babies.
Oh my God.
Is that they eat babies. And I was like, oh, and this will keep someone away when you don't realize, especially as womb holders, our divine connection to the mothers and the work they do to purposely separate us from that. But my first godparent, she gave us, and you spoke about it earlier, like the work they did, like they saw the power that women held and the high regard. And when you understand what feminine energy represents, everything starts in the feminine. There is nothing in this world that does not start in the feminine. Everything starts in the feminine. So all your blessings, all your good fortune start in the feminine. And if these are the keepers and the holders and the protectors of that energy, that means they are the keepers and the holders and protectors of our E-ray, of our good fortune. And they help restore balance in our life. And so when I decided that, you know what, I'm going to just do additional research. And when I learned that Iyami literally means my mother's. So we supposed to be scared of our mama? Like,
I know, right?
like the logic of it. We're supposed to be scared of our mama. And even from my sons. So my sons are both initiated. They have both received Itefa. And when we do veneration and things together, I'm like helping them learn. So I'm like, what is Iyami? Who is Iyami? My mother's. That's what they know. That's what they know, is that Iyami is my mother's. And bringing that to them in that way where they can understand it. For me, the Iyami, my very first divination with my godmother that did my initiation, my Itefa, because I'm also stopping to use that word. When she did my Itefa, but before that, the very first divination she did, she mentioned them. And it wasn't scary. It was, you're doing a good job. Keep going. Keep pushing forward. You are already living Ifá. We want you to keep going. We want you to keep pushing. Don't stop. Don't quit. Don't give up. That has always been the energy that I personally have associated with them. They are, when you think about how your mother acts, like, who are you afraid of? You're afraid of the mama bear. Like you're afraid of mama bear. Like, nobody's talking about daddy bear. It's not that daddy bear is not there. We're afraid of mama bear. We are afraid of the lioness. Why? Because of how strongly our mother energy presents for us. She protects us. She nurtures us. She helps us to see ourselves limitless. She helps us to realize our full potential. One of the things that I learned about Iyami was how ancestrally what that practice looked like, that connection, and that women's rite of passage that, especially in the diaspora, we don't get. So annually, I hold a women's rite of passage to help reconnect us to that energy, to reconnect us to that process of our womanhood and keeping it sacred. But I feel like if I could share anything, it's like they're not anything to be afraid of. They are keepers of balance. And when you speak about accountability, when you are off balance, you are inviting in things that are disruptive. When you are in alignment and you're in balance, it'll bring things. The funniest message I ever got from them was, I don't have to try to fit in with white people. And I was like, you know, and to stop playing small. And that message is consistent. It's to stop playing small and to always believe. So consistent that Iyanifa Ewa did a divination for me for my Egbe. And one of the messages from Ifá was, you need to believe in yourself. Stop playing in your own face and believe in yourself. This is how the Iyami always shows up for me, in that fashion. Just like a mother who is like, I know you know better than this. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You know better. And when you understand that, hopefully my son is okay. When you understand that that's who they are fierce protectors of not only the balance within you, but balance in the world. When the world is off balance, when the world is off balance, their job is to help bring it back into order. And sometimes that's going to look a little messy. Like, okay, I got to like shift this over here so I can make things fall into place.
Is there somebody that can check on
Say it again, Here, Egbe. Come here. Come here. What's the matter?
I'm tired.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm sleeping, please.
Can you take a deep breath?
Yeah?
Come here.
Slowly, it's gently.
Yes, it's okay.
Oh, he's so cute.
Yes, I'm sad.
Okay.
I'm tired, please.
Okay. Go just relax, okay?
Okay?
Okay. Are you sure you're okay?
Thanks, Mommy.
You're welcome, baby.
He's so cute.
Multiple, thank you. I feel the same shift in Egbe, Because Egbe, especially when you talk about, they always associate Egbe with women. Let me just tell y'all, if y'all have not listened to Iyanifa Ewa's video on Egbe, I have a class that I was doing on Egbe that I have like elevated since watching your lecture. And so I'm teaching another class on the 29th that is the upgraded version of my original class. But let me just tell you, the practical conversation around spiritual spouses was like, thank you. Because
I know,
a lot
right?
of times people is like, it's this evil thing, and oh my God, you're in danger. You're not in danger. You outside, and you're supposed to be in the house. Like, this is here's the 2025 version. You're supposed to be in the house.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be in the house, cooking and cleaning, and you out in these streets smiling in these dudes' faces. You think I'm supposed to be happy about
Exactly.
this? That's what it is.
That's just it.
That's what it is. And when Ia explained it that way, it was like pieces were like, okay, this is where in the diaspora we can fill in the gaps. This is where gaps can be filled in. When you spoke about the nighttime experiences, and you said you were fulfilling your marital obligation, do you know how badly they just be like, this is a bad thing and you're in danger? Everything has to be dangerous. And no one takes the point to try to learn what it actually means. And when I think about Egbe, what I can tell you is that as the Egbe, not only my own, but my children, my children's Egbe comes and they'll step forward. They're extremely protective. My children's Egbe steps forward and they're extremely protective. And the idea around skin, let me tell you what my skin has been doing since listening to your clip. My skin has been skinning. The skin has been giving what is a blemish. What's a blemish? And I was like, I looked at my skin, I said, yo.
And people don't know these things. They don't know these things. They
don't know. And what I would hope people understand is this is your friends, your comrades, your family, your loved ones in a room. And being able to know, even if it's just one Egbe, because I know that I am closely tied to a few. And I know which one is my prominent one. I knew it ahead of time, and then you also confirmed it and then drilled down even further for me. So I'm very grateful for that divination, because it's like I knew one part, but when you gave me that extra part, it was like even me and Alu and I were talking. He's like, yeah, this explains so many things. Why is your temple the home of Egbe? Why do you have such a close affinity with certain energies? And like being able to do that. So learning your Egbe can just open up so much information. And even just taking the moment to just, even if you don't know, you know you're part of Egbe. So on that day, even if the only thing you have is to say, thank you to my Egbe for being here, for supporting me, for making sure that your earthly replica is not met with disgrace. Even if it's just that I'm trying to remember you, I may not know which community I'm a part of, but I know I'm part of you as a whole. So thank you, Egbe, for making sure that I'm covered. My Igu makes sure I'm supported, and my Egbe makes sure I'm covered. So thank you for making sure that I am covered.
Yeah.
That, you have no idea the medicine in just that. In just that part. So many people are like, well, I want to know all my spiritual core, this. You know how many divinations you're going to need in order to know all the information?
Exactly.
If you know in a general sense you haven't already propitiate your Ori, you know you got Egu, honor your Egu. You know you have Egbe. So if nothing else, just say to Egbe Orun, Motu well. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you for making sure when I host an event, I am supported. Thank you for making sure that I am always flanked by people in my community that care. Thank you for making for the gift. Thank you for making sure that I have these things. I think people don't realize divinities know what happened to us. Divinities know that colonization happened on the continent, and they know that enslavement happened to the ones who were stolen from the continent and taken someplace else. They know we are trying to reconnect with them. They know that we are relearning them. But it's like, once you know better, you do better. Now that you know Egbe exists, now that you know that Egbe, that you have Egbe, that you don't have to be a diplomat within Egbe. You got Egbe, period. That much information. Do something with it.
Yes.
It's not enough to just hear. If you're sitting here with Iyanifa Ewa listening and you're not integrating the knowledge, then it was just entertainment.
Exactly.
If you want this knowledge to become
applying
wisdom,
it to your everyday life, that part, applying it, because if not, it's like you're just reading something on a poster and then you just walk past it. Why spend so much hours? Why spend your data is expensive in Nigeria right now. Why spend so much of your data sitting down to watch when you know you're not ready to apply it to your life? No, it's not about the crowd. It's about you being able to apply this thing. You've learned something today, put that to work. You learn something else tomorrow, put that to work. And knowledge is progressive, it's step by step. So as you learn this, you apply it. You have any questions, you apply the next, you apply the next. Which is why I tell people, stop thinking about these things in abstract. That's why I like to use relatable real life, so that you will know these things are real.
Yes.
When you speak on the skin, people in Nigeria will be able to resonate with when they ask you to define Omo Elegbe, a water child. You know, we define those ladies as, in fact, while I was younger, once you find a lady that is beautiful, that is glowing, everybody says she's Omo Elegbe, she's Ogbanje, she's this, she's that. Why do we associate that with them? It's because over the years we have seen that people that are connected with their Egbe, the first thing you see is their skin. They are just glowing effortlessly. They are just like that. They are, you know, so those of us that have now come, like, okay, you have come to realize what Egbe is. Even if you have not been able to do the, how do I put it, I don't want to use the word initiation. If you have not been able to, you know, establish your Egbe, the ceremony of your Egbe, at least you know there is Egbe, and at least you know everybody belongs to an Egbe, no matter what it is, something little, and be specific with it. I feel like of all the spirit forces or spirit energies we are connected with, Ifa, Orisha, Egbe, and, you know, every other thing in between, Egbe is the most relatable. Egbe is the one that functions for me the most. Just like, see, I've come to see it as the same way I would have friends and I'll just call my friends to say, I can't go here, can you help me do this and that? I mean, for somebody like me who runs businesses in countries outside of my continent, a lot of the people that work with me, I don't even know them in person. I haven't seen them in person. And they've been working with me for years. I have company in countries that I have not been. I've not been to the UK before. Apologies to those in the UK. I don't like that country. I don't know why. There's nothing about it that just interests me. Never has, I don't think so. But I have a company that is running there and thriving. I have staff there that I've never seen. So I'm able to relate with them the same way I relate with my Egbe. I can call them on the phone, do this, do that, do that, do that. The same way, once you connect with your Egbe, you can literally sit down and say, you see, this thing that I'm about to do, I need more hands for it. I need you to show up for me there, show up for me there, do this, do that. Give them what they want, make them happy, and watch them show up for you. But the most important block that people have is you cannot even bring yourself to relating with them in physical human life. That part, you are going to do it for yourself. Nobody is going to help you do that. You have to be able to bring these things you're learning into your everyday life. I tell those in my spiritual mentoring class, you have to be able to relate with this thing. Every assignment I give, how does this apply to your own life as a person? If you really meet your Egbe today, what will you be telling them? What would you want them to improve on in your life? You have a skin condition, speak to them to help you with it. Know what and what you have to do. It's as simple as that. But you are not experiencing it because you don't want to know it. Some people are literally the ones that is blocking themselves. I have a client, I am almost tired of her. I refuse to say I'm tired of her because I'm her Iyanifa. Every time I speak to her, the questions I get is like, oh God, are we still at this point? So she asks you things like, so how is Egbe going to do it? Are they going to come and remove it? Is it going to come in like an injection? Are they going to do a surgery? How did they show up for me at work? Are they going to come into my office? I'm like, girl, stop it. I don't care how they're going to get it done. I just want them to get it done. When you come to your mother as a child and you say, Mommy, please, I need it, you don't go about asking her, Mommy, how much is your salary? Mommy, after you parents, are you going to be able to buy the bicycle? Mommy, if it rains, will you be able to bring the bicycle home? Children don't care. They just ask you for what they want. And the moment you say, yes, I get it, they go rejoicing like they have it. Just do that. That is even simpler than trying to figure it out in your head. I don't know how it's going to happen, but is it going to happen? Yes. How do I know? Because I've seen it happen for thousands of people.
Okay.
And I know it's going to happen for you too if you allow yourself to, if you allow yourself to experience it. I see that it's going to happen for you too. So, just step out of seeing Ifa as religion.
It is a lot.
Step out of seeing Ifa as religion. Start to see Ifa as a form of spirituality. Start to see, step out of seeing Ifa as abstract. Start to see it as something that has to do with your everyday life, because that is what it is. It's part of your everyday life. Just like you go to ChatGPT and then you say, can I say something about this? Can I, how do I put it? You go to the chat and then you ask, what is this? How do I do this? And it gives you answers and you follow it. That's the same way you come to Ifa. You ask questions and Ifa does X, Y, and Z for you. The same way you will call your friends and your family members to ask them for help, for support. You are down, you feel sad, you are happy. Share with your Egbe like that. Let it be real. It takes more than just, it is you. A lot of it is you. They want to help you. They want to be there for you. They want to show up and they're just waiting for you like this. Like, when will this child connect with us? When will this person call us up? So you have this information. What you do with it is what is going to tell the difference between who you are right now, where you are right now, and where you are going to be in another 10, 20 years. So for those of you that are hearing this, then you come back to say, this thing is not even true. I've not seen any difference. First question is, how did you apply it? Where did you apply it? A lot of you did not. You get off this live streaming, you just scroll through TikTok again, you have forgotten everything about what, and you are wondering why it's not working. No, now. Which is why I keep saying, the first set of people that was taken into church was forced into church. The next set of our ancestors that went into church, they went there because it gives you, how would I put it? It encourages your lack of responsibility and lack of accountability. Everybody wanted the lazy way out. The next set of people, even you that you are there till today, that you are still there, after all of these teachings that you have seen, is because you know that the moment you come into Ifa, Ifa will hold you responsible. You will be responsible for a lot of things. You will have to give accounts. There is no Satan to blame here. There is no God to blame. There is no long hours of prayer. Oh, if you pray harder. No, you have to put in the work. And a lot of people don't want to put in the work. So they hide behind, ÌṢÄШE is evil. Trust me, the questions we had about church, a lot of people still have it. They have those questions. It is staring at them in the face. They are not dumb. They are intelligent people. But that church is a very good place to hide. You will always blame God. If you don't have it yet, you tell people, we are still waiting on the Lord. And it sounds nice. But when it comes to Ifa, if you do not get result, people ask questions. You still haven't gotten this thing. The next question is, what is Ifa saying about it? Are you doing what you're supposed to do? Ask Ifa what is happening. Nobody says just wait on the Lord. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done here if you want to do it. Are there results? Yes. Glaring. We will not abandon our lives if there is no result, because pastors can abandon their life because they promised them heaven. Nobody has promised us heaven. Nobody has promised us a crown of glory. We are doing this because we are convinced beyond all reasonable doubt that this is what it's supposed to be. There is nobody that has promised us nothing. If I did not tell us, the more people you bring into ÌṢÄШE, the more blessing will come for you. No. Whatever blessing I'm getting is based on what I'm doing for myself. If I don't do it for myself, I'm not getting nothing. Whatever life you see me living right now is my life doing my thing the same way I'm teaching you. So if you see us doing this with all the other responsibilities that we have, is because we know that this works. We are not gathering people. We are not. We've been here for what? Over 3 years. Nobody is paying me for it. I will still say it again. You can consider it pride. Whatever gifts you are giving, I appreciate it. What it does for me the most that I love is the fact that it tells the algorithm that people love this content and it pushes it to more people. If it is about the money, I will need more than what you are giving right now to make a difference. That's the truth. We will need more than this gift to make a difference in what we are doing. So it is more than that. It is, I want you to find your path. Iyanifa wants the people she's leading to find their path, to make this entire world a better place. Because the decisions you are making out of misunderstanding and misconception, it's going to have a ripple effect on so many other people. I want my children to grow up in a world where other people are making better choices. They cannot live in isolation. Exactly. They are making better choices. We are training them to make better choices. I want to make sure your own children are also making better choices so that life can be better. That's pretty much why we're doing this. So please, go beyond just listening. Apply these things. Get somebody to guide you. Ifa is more than just a solution. If you are running to Ifa when you have a problem, you are shortchanging yourself. It's like you are speaking to your dad only when you need something. Oh, there's so many things you can get from your loving, wonderful, super intelligent, super connected father than just to fix something for you. So please, let's do more than that for ourselves. We want Africa to be great again. It's the decision of you and I that is going to make it great. I tell people, African leaders, we blame them. Our leaders was taken from among us. They did not bring them from somewhere else. They are living by the things they learned, like you and I learned. They are people. The next leader is a regular person right now, doing regular everyday things. If he has learned to do things better right now, when he becomes a leader, he's not going to change. He's going to just do the things he's doing. And he'll be supported by the people that want to do right too. So we cannot change the people that are there right now. But you can help yourself and the children that are coming behind us. At the age of 18, 90, the world that you and I will be living in is the world that will be controlled and ruled by our children and grandchildren. So if you are not applying it and teaching them to apply it, you will see the world you are going to live in. No, you will see it. And at that time, as usual, you will blame somebody else. But please, let's do more than that. Is that okay? All right, I'm bringing you up. Let me expand the screen again. So I reduced the screen because your son was on the screen. TikTok has this thing about children being on live. I appreciate you. Yeah, on live streaming. Yeah.
When you talked about asking Egbe, especially, I can only speak to this from a diasporic lens. So anybody that is in the diaspora, this is very much for everyone, but especially those in the diaspora. You are not a burden to spirit. There is nothing that you can ask for that, well, this seems like a lot. I need for us to deconstruct that. I, though not crazy as a Christian, was raised in an Abraham religion. There's nothing you can ask that is too much. There's nothing you can ask. The only question is it in alignment or not? Is this part of your destiny, your roadmap, or not? That is the only question. That is the only question. It's not, you don't have anything to prove. You don't have to prove that you deserve it. You don't have to prove that you're worthy of it. You just have to be open in an alignment to receive it, and that it is good timing for this to be done. Yes, thank you, Tina. Stop asking for a thimble of water from the ocean. When you spoke about you're in this prestigious Egbe, but you are living in this particular way, it is because you are simply not living in alignment with your fullness. That is what Ifa helps you to do, is to live in alignment with your full and most radiant self. And so many people, especially Black women, well, I got to do this for that person, this for that person, this for... Yes, you can have the luxury. Yes, you can have the opulence. You can have the good life of ease. Our ancestors already sacrificed blood and bone and flesh for you to take a day off. And if you need support in doing that, this is where you go to your Ori and your Egbe and your Egu and your Ifa, and you say, hey, I need a day off.
Yeah.
I need a vacation. What can you do? What is it that I need to do to move in that direction? The Ifa says, okay, this is the support you need. These are the steps you need to take. These are the behaviors that you need to be doing that make you attract what you're trying to get.
Yeah.
You're not making yourself deserving. You're trying to show up as the person that actually has that array. You're just showing up as the person that has. Yes, ma'am.
The part where you talked about vacation, I remembered I had a client, that was before COVID, yes. So she reached out, we're talking about, you know, how much work women do and how you have to take a rest. And she's like, see, people say these things and they don't understand that it's not that easy to just say, you know what, I just want to take a vacation. You know, you don't take a vacation as a mom, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, there are always two ways to, like two sides to a thing. Is either you want to take a vacation and you want to find a way to make it possible, or you don't want to take a vacation and you are picking up on all of these excuses. And she's like, it's not that easy. I said, okay, let's just, you know, try out something. Let's ask Ifa. Can you ask Ifa that kind of thing? Just like you said, there is nothing. See, you need to understand this thing. There is nothing you cannot ask Ifa. No, sincerely speaking, there is... My spiritual father, who did Itefa for me, he said while he was in uni, back in the day, he had friends who are in sciences, chemistry, right? And they will come to him to help him solve chemistry problems using the okpele, to ask what should we mix, the quantity of this, as little as mix 2 ml of salt with 2 ml of nitrogen and mix it with this. He will use the okpele to ask, because they knew that, oh, this is a child of an Ifa. He wasn't a babalawo then, he was just a student in school, and he helped his friend. And each time they get to class and the teacher is like, this group of people, how did you get this? Oh, we just read it in class. We just read it in class. Nobody wanted to say it was Ifa that was doing that for them. No. Now, something as abstract as that, there was no divination of Ebo or Etutu. It was just an Igbo, and they were doing it step by step like that, and they got it. So I told the lady, I said, let's ask Ifa. So we asked Ifa, and then... As funny as that thing is, right? As funny as it sounded, the divination told her that she should do some certain things on her job. Her boss is going to request that they do something on their team this week, and she should take the initiative of being the one to do it. And then she told me, she was like, imagine. Ifa is still asking her to do extra when we're asking for a vacation. Ifa also told her, if your mother is alive, you know, reach out to her, give her a gift, blah, blah, blah. And she talks about how she doesn't want to speak to her mother again, how her mother was blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, this is what Ifa said. As a person, to me, didn't make so much sense as regards the question that was asked. But then the opportunity came at work. They asked her on the team to do something, somebody else on the team, and the person is like, oh no, this is not part of my job, this and this. And then she reached out to me that, I think this is what Ifa was talking about. She went ahead and she did it, although it wasn't convenient for her. But we just wanted to try this thing out. Let's just do this. And she did. She reached out to her mom, gave her mom a gift, and her mom is like, I've been trying to reach out to you, you know, to just end this war that is going on between us, and I realized this and this, you know, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, whoa. So her mother, she never thought she would hear a day that her mother would apologize in life. Now, a couple of weeks after then, they had a general meeting at the office, her bosses, blah, 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 and then they said because she took an initiative to do this and this that she wasn't supposed to do. It wasn't her job. They were taking her on an all-expense paid vacation, 2 weeks to XYZ Island. Her mom is asking, can I come meet my grandchildren? And she calls her mom. I think this is a good time for you to come and meet your grandchildren. Her mom shows up in the house, helping her to take care of her grandchildren the period that she was away on that vacation. And then she calls me, she's like, Iyanifa, is this how it works? That's how it works. If you believe it, that is how it works. That is how it works. Just like that, all expense paid, all expenses paid, the flights, the everything. And that doesn't have anything to do with anything spiritual. So you see, it's not as hard as you think it is. It's not as complicated as you think it is. You are the one that is complicated. Allow spirits to do their thing. I read something when I was younger. It used to be a sticker on my mom's Bible. The author is unknown, so it has author unknown written there. It says, as children bring their broken toys with tears for us to mend, I brought my broken dreams to God because he was a friend. But instead of leaving him in peace alone to walk, I hung around and tried to help in ways that were not mine. Finally, I turned around and said, why didn't you mend my toy? He said, my child, because you never let go. I had to close my eyes because I'm trying to recite something I've been reciting since I was a child, to read it again. When I read that thing as a child, the reason it stuck with me, my mom had that Bible when I was in elementary school. Yeah. The reason it stuck with me is I just looked at it like, is that not what we really do? When a child brings their broken toys to us, they drop it and they just walk away. But when a child brings the broken toy and they are still struggling with you, no, you fix it like that. No, we will not get anything done. And we bring our broken dreams to the divine and supreme being. And then we still hang around and try to help in ways that are not ours. That's what that poem says. And after 2-3 years, we look to God and we say, you have not fixed it. And he looked at you and he says, my child, you never let it go. There was no way I could have done it. You are still here struggling with it. That's what a lot of you are doing. Especially women of color in the diaspora. I know how much you have been raised to just do everything. The systems have targeted our husbands and our fathers, and most of them are in incarceration. Most of them are scared. Most of them cannot stand up to their responsibilities, and we are the ones that have to do it. I understand how that feels. So you are already in the fixer mode. You want to fix everything. You just want to be in charge of everything. Girl, just relax. It doesn't work like that here. Relax. When it comes to Ifa, when it comes to the Orishas, when it comes to Egbe, just relax. Like Iyanifa says, they know you. They know where you're coming from. They know the load that you carry. They know the trauma you are trying to heal from. They know you. Just take a deep breath and allow Ifa do it the way Ifa does it. See, one of the reasons I still hold on to this calling and this work, despite the fact that I have so many other things I'm doing, is the way I see it improve people's lives every day. Jane is one of my spiritual daughters. Jane Juma. Every time this girl calls me up, see, there's just one thing or the other happening in her life again. And every time I remember that first call that we had a couple of months ago, earlier this year, I remember the lady that spoke with me that day. I remember how dejected, how depressed she was. I remember how much of her family burden she was carrying. She was talking about her siblings, talking about this, talking about that. And she didn't even have money to do anything. A divination, nothing. All she did was subscribe for the Iwure. That thing cost less than $1. Like 1,000, maybe like $1, 1,500 naira. She registered for it. And the funny thing was, in one of the videos, I'm trying to give an example of, take for instance, your name is Simbi, the daughter of Helen, or the daughter of Mabel. And I actually use her name and her mother's name as an example. I don't know her. I didn't know her. And she told me, she said, when I heard that, I knew this is the place I'm supposed to be, and you're the one that is going to lead me out of here. It's been what? Maybe a total of 6 months. The woman that she has become right now, I want to bring both of them side by side and just show her that, do you remember this girl that was speaking to me a few months ago? I mean, she has grown. And that is because she was at a point in her life where she knew, see, I don't have anything. So I might as well just follow whatever this woman is saying, hook, line, and sinker. I don't have anything to lose. What else do I have to lose? And she's here. And she hasn't lost anything. She has gained a lot. Something happened with her during the week. I won't go into details, but I'm sure she doesn't know. But that testimony with her is a proof of one of the projects of Ifa that I wanted to do. I had that project in my head. It's a very huge project. I've been going back and forth with my team. We have built the paperwork. And I told myself, I told my Orishas, this is too much. I don't want everybody looking at me like, why does she think she's the only one that can do everything? She wants to do this and she wants to do that. And I said, if you want me to do this, I want to give me proof that this is what I'm supposed to do. Now, we haven't started practical nothing. Just by teaching. Jane has been a proof that this thing is working. My husband is tired of hearing me. The next time I'm saying, he said, is it about this Jane thing? I said, yes, it is. So I'm so excited. And I'm sure he's excited for me because it's like, then I had to go and show it to him. I said, look what I have done so far. Because I couldn't tell him. He's here, he's laughing. I couldn't tell him because I know he would tell me, girl, you need rest. Too. It's not only you that the Orisha has called. Though. Just pace these things. Don't stress yourself. And I'm sure he's doing that from a place of love and concern for my physical and mental well-being. When I showed him everything the paperwork has done, he was like, now, wow. So, I mean, I have that now. And it's a proof to me that there are millions of people out there that also need this thing. That also, like she says, I'm more than excited. I know. And when the time comes, I will come and show proof of something I've not even started that I didn't know I had started doing. Now, that is how wonderful spirits work. This is how practical it is. This is people's life. People's real life. So if you will allow, and you will not be like the child that is holding on to the toy and giving ideas of, is this how it's going to be done? Is it like this? Are you sure it's going to work? Do you think so? Just calm down now. Relax. Just relax. Allow them to do what they are going. Just watch. Me. In the life of my client, I'm a spectator. Let me tell you. That's why every time they share a review, I'm also like, wow. They're like, Iyanifa, this thing might look small. Or I know you have seen more than that. I said, see, every time you share a review, I'm as surprised as you are. I'm as wild as you are because I never sat down to think of how it's going to happen. I want spirit to surprise me with how it's going to happen. But will it happen? That one, I know it will happen. How it's going to happen? Leave that. Just let spirit surprise you. So, this is... Iyanifa, I wish everybody could see what we are seeing. I wish people can see this beyond which was why I think during the week I mentioned this is not a campaign against Christianity. If you think this is us fighting religion, you've missed it. You have missed it. You have lost it. No, you are nothing close. This is us reclaiming who we are, identifying who we really are, and going back home. You know what it is? We saw the video of Kumbala Kambala. Is that what they are called? The Scottish guy and his queen and maiden. Did you see it, Iyanifa? You saw that video? The guy. Oh no, you must have seen it. They were creating an African kingdom in Scotland. I can't be the only one that saw it. Kumbala or something. That's what they were called. So there is this Ghanaian guy.
But it's in Scotland?
Yeah, it was in Scotland. Somebody has responded. Kubala. That's what it's called. Now there are just 3 people that make up the kingdom. So there is their king, he's a Ghanaian, and then there is a queen. I think she's from some part of Sweden. That's what she's called. I think she's from Texas or something. Her mom was actually out, like she's sure they brainwashed her daughter, they bewitched her, she wanted her to come home, and eventually the government of Scotland has gone to blow up whatever they have there, and everybody is back in their country. So the girl is probably on her way to the US, I don't know, but I think they took them back. Now they want her to come back home. Her parents recognize this is not our daughter, this is not where she belongs. If you have seen that video of those Kumbala people, that's how we are. Think of it. That's how you are. You see how it doesn't make sense? The 3 of them are just making... I thought it was a skit initially when I saw it. That is the way we are as people of color lost in this life. So the fight is not against religion. Religion is the least of your fights. The fight is against coming back home. First of all, realizing that, look at the environment and read the room. You don't belong here. Identify where home is, what home is, and return to the true identity of your people. Like a lot of people that were born to African parents and live in the diaspora, and then they start to, pick bits and pieces of information to trace their father's house or trace their mother's house down to wherever. They want to connect to the people that are their people. They want to know how it is done where they come from. That is what this fight is about. That is what everything is about. To come back home, where you are taken from. I'm not saying relocate or put your life from America and come to Nigeria, no. But connect back to your people. Identify with your people. You can be duly connected with your family and still live abroad. There's nothing wrong with that. The fight is not against human hair and cornrows. That's not... Oh my God. You think that is what this is about? Oh no, you should not wear English clothes. You think that's what this is about? That is just a cover on the surface. Who are you? What are you here to do? How are you connecting to your roots? Who are your ancestors? What do they represent? What is their culture? What is their language? How did they do marriage? How did they do business? How did they handle psychology? How did they handle their health? Return to genuine, profound practices of African health care, traditional health care. Please send a message. Somebody said paste. Please, paste your account. Please send a message via the WhatsApp number on your screen. I'm not going to paste my account. By account, I assume you mean bank account. I hope I get it right. Send a message via WhatsApp number. I'm not going to post that to a public place before I become another one of your daddy Geos. So I appreciate the support. Just send a message via WhatsApp, then via a private, or send a DM via a private conversation. We can do that, and I really appreciate that. So please, what is the worst that can happen if you find out your roots? I tell people, what's the worst that can happen if you learn Ifá? You will come, you will learn, and you find out that it's not for you, and you go back. Because as history has it, Ifá doesn't tie anybody down. There is no, the moment you come here, you can't go out. We don't have that. See, if you are not a spiritual child that I raise, that I love, and that you have returned love, if you do a divination with me today and you don't come next week, I will not check on you. It is not my responsibility to check on you. I will not look for you. I will not remind you. If you need it, you will come. I'll be here waiting for you next time you need it. Ifa will be here waiting for you. So there is nothing in Ifa that says, oh, the moment I start to learn it now, if I say I don't want to do it, it's not a cult. It's not a coven. It's just knowledge. It's like you went to school to study law and you no longer find law applicable to your life and you want to go into fashion designing. Nobody in the law school or in the bar association will tell you, no, you can't do that. You cannot leave the bar association and start catering. Nobody's going to say that to you. You want to go ahead and become a doctor, go ahead. If you get inducted into medicine and you say, no, this is not for me, I want to become a hairstylist, go ahead. That is how simple it is in Ifa. So please, I beg you. We're doing this because we want everybody to find themselves. If you find your roots, you find yourself, and you still think you want to live in a shadow of somebody else's color, I mean, that's exactly fair enough. But at least do yourself the honor of knowing. Do yourself the honor of finding out. Come here to check. Is it really true? Are they even lying? It's like a child who was raised by a single parent. You have heard one-sided story all your life. Now you are an adult. Exactly. You want to link up with the other parents and find out, let me even hear what they are saying. But the moment the single parent that raised you start to say, no, you can't go that, after everything I did for you, chances are that either they have not healed or they are lying to you, they are hiding something from you. If they are not, I mean, I was a single mother for 10, 12 years of my life put together. And a lot of people say, these children you are doing this for, they will go ahead and go and look for their father. With all pleasure. With the way I have raised them, girl, I'm not scared of them hearing no story from that side. Whatever the story is, let them go ahead. The intelligent children I'm raising, when they get to hear the other side of the story, they will make an intelligent decision. I'm not worried about that. So if your pastors are worried that if you connect to your root and your source, something is going to happen, then they are hiding something. Then they are lying to you about something. Then there's something they don't want you to find out. Because if they have raised you these 10, 20 years in the mosque and in church, and they are still scared that with the level of knowledge you have, something can distract you. It's like a mother that has raised a child to 18 and 20 years, and you still don't want them to leave the house. Oh, I don't want my children to fall into bad company. Let them go to school. No. Let them go to university. No. If you marry, I'll pick the wife for you. Both of you will live in this house. That's an unhealthy relationship. There's a problem there. If they have raised you right, they would allow you to go through life and test what they have raised you with. Call you from time to time. Are you doing well? But they will trust you enough as an adult to be able to live your life. So if there is
if we've made this decision, there must be a reason we have done this.
Exactly.
And if you raised us to be intelligent and good and decent humans, would we actually pick something harmful, evil, or anything of that nature? If you know me, you know that would not be what I would do. You know, I would not bring that around my children. So if I feel so strongly about it to go to it and bring my kids to it, there must be something good.
There must be.
And if more people understood, the point of Ifa is you. The whole point is you. All the pots, the shrines, and all the things, all the beads, all of it is truly in support of you. You realizing what Ori has chosen. You realizing your destiny.
Yeah.
When you said, like, going to school, that was like you're going to the school of yourself. And when you said, if the only time you go to Ifa is with a problem, I felt that in my being, because I said, if the only reason you're using divination of any kind is I got a problem, does he love me? You're limiting. It's so that you understand you. Divination is your roadmap. This is your blueprint to you. This is like, okay, I'm right here, and I'm trying to go here, but I'm facing here. So what do I need to do to get back to facing here to where I'm wanting to go?
Yeah.
And where am I at? What should I be learning right now?
Yeah.
What is it that steps I should be taking to move me in alignment with my Odù? What is it that I should be doing? And understanding that is the point.
Yeah.
Everything else is in support of
Of
that
that,
point. You
yes.
doing what you're supposed to, what you chose to do.
That
Your
is
purpose
it.
in life is to exist. Exist and live in goodness and wellness and prosperity and peace of mind. That's your purpose. Your destiny is how you get it done. And Ifa helps you to know how to get it done.
Yeah.
And the more that we learn that, the more that we have that support and understanding that, it's like Ifa's not going to tell you, like I had one of my students, Ifa didn't say, stop practicing voodoo. Ifa never said that. Ifa said, to keep doing that, but expand, because this is part of who you are, and this is the foundation, and this is the source, and this is where this comes from. Ifa's not going to take you away from anything that is bringing you wellness. If anything, Ifa's going to help you to better align to that which is bringing you wellness.
That part.
And for you as an Iyanifa in Nigeria, and me and Iyanifa in the U.S., what I have to tell you is that your medicine is getting here, because your Iwori class that when we subscribe that we get, when I did our 30 days of Ofo Ashe, one of the requirements was they had to subscribe so that they could also take your Iwori class. Like I said, I could regurgitate the information to you, but I don't want to do that. You're going to go get it directly from her, and then we can talk about it together. And the ones that are here will say they apply that Iwori. If we get an Odù for Itadogun, they are applying what you have taught, using that Odù for precedence so that they can make Iwori over their life. They are actually applying the medicine. That medicine is so needed in the diaspora. And when you talked about Jane, it made so much sense, because when we make Iwori, we are excavating what already belongs to us.
Yes.
We are saying X marks the spot, and this belongs to us already. The first thing my Iyalode ever said to me was, you're already living Ifa. The first thing, before ceremony, before anything, the first divination, the first words out her mouth to me were, you're already living Ifa. And it's like, well, how am I? Someone was like, well, how are you doing that when you're not in the tradition? When you understand what that means and what I was doing in that time, I was already honoring my Ori. I was already venerating my ancestors. I was already, like a priest has to go to the mat every 4 to 5 days, I was pulling a card every day to see where am I at on my journey. I was already doing the behaviors of an Iyanifa. If I took a spiritual bath, I cleansed my head. I don't know why people do this and don't cleanse their head. If I took a spiritual bath, my hair got washed. My head got cleansed at the same time. I was doing those behaviors. Your ego is important. Your character will carry you all the way where you're supposed to go. If you don't know nothing, listen to your intuition, because it has already been telling you what your Ewo is. Your intuition has already been trying to tell you. Your body, the temple of your Ipanri, has already been telling you what foods to stop eating or to eat in less moderation. You have already got the inclination to stop wearing this color. You have already got the inclination to honor your ancestors in some way. Black people in the diaspora, there's a line in the Odù that says, a river that forgets its source will surely dry up. Black people in the diaspora, even without knowing, have not forgotten on a cellular level their source. They're pouring 40s out because they want to pour libations for their ancestors. They are putting their ancestors on shirts because they are trying to venerate, even though they don't realize that is what they're doing. They are trying to come back home. They want to give their children names with meaning, and they want to make people pronounce their names correctly. All of this is the source calling people back home. The source calling people back home. And they're asking these questions when they go to church because something's amiss. Like, why should I be afraid? Understand, no dating profile will I ever have put, I'm a God-fearing woman. Why should I fear my creator? Why should I fear the one that walks with me? Why should I do that? these energies, there is only one source, and all of these energies are an extension of that source. So because my ancestors understood that if it was thundering and lightning outside, they were like, oh, Shango and Oya is probably having a party up there. Because they had a name for it that made them evil. When you think about this in a logical standpoint, so because when we leave here, we don't end, we continue. This is Egbe. When we leave here, we continue on. We go back to the life we were living before we got here. We have just simply forgotten it. Because if we remembered it, we would try to get back there sooner.
Yeah.
That's the part. That's why when you're in meditation and trance, sometimes people don't want to come back because there is a level of bliss and peace that happens when you make that connection. That's why the forget. If people want to know, why do we have to forget? Because if you remembered, you try to go back sooner. You wouldn't do what needs to be done here if you could remember what it felt like in its fullness there. You need to be able to make your heaven here. You need to be able to make your goodness here. And that's why so our Egbe get it. We forgot it. And they're like, did you forget what you said? Like, how you gonna be out here smelling in all these dudes' faces? How you
like, that's not what we talked about.
When you talked about the spiritual spouse earlier, I got a Dafa done. It was like, I'm supposed to be monogamous here because I'm poly there. They're like, you can only get one more. Like, understand, we're not accepting. We're not accepting a whole squad. Like, we're willing to accept one more. You can have one. Don't be out here like you already got more than one. So you don't need more than one here. All you need is one. I'm like, okay, this makes sense. And the more you come to Ifa and understanding, more that you understand and deepen that knowledge, but that also requires a good community and a good elder.
Yes,
it
very
requires
important.
A good elder.
Very important.
There are plenty of people who can divine. Not everybody can teach.
That part. I tell people, if you, because you see, so for us here, I don't know how it is in the diaspora. For us here, people are looking for a powerful babalawo. Baba Yegbono, like, it's very hot, you know. If he says something, if he gives you this soap, I'm like, you guys think that is all that Ifa is about? That is not what it is. That is beyond that. I'm not trying to take anybody from the people that, in fact, I tell some of my students, I said, see, the babas and the yas that you have that do the powerful spiritual work for you, when you have a problem, please call them. Make sure that once you are calling at 12 midnight, don't call me at 12 midnight, save me that stress. Call them, they will attend to you, they would. But when it comes to teaching, I beg of you, listen to me. For us to be here, for what is it now? 3 hours and 48 minutes. You think if I don't know something about what I'm talking about, I will set a ring light in my face and start to speak for hours? No, I won't. If I'm not sure of what I'm going to say, I will not put myself in a place where somebody can jump on my live stream and say, no, that's a lie. I do recording of this, I download it, I put it on YouTube for people to still watch after. That's because we are coming from a place of knowledge. And because knowledge is progressive, we will continue to learn. So surround yourself with a community that does more than just bring money for Ebo, bring money for a divination, come and buy this soap. That is awesome. But surround yourself with knowledge. People that are guiding you into knowledge. Like you said, Ifa is about you. I tell the kids in the class, Ifa is for me, I am for Ifa. Ifa is me, I am Ifa. It is you. It is not a collective thing. It's not a general thing. It's not a save the world thing. It's you as a person. You want to know who you are? Ask for Ifa. I tell people, don't ask me. Let's normalize the, please Please, can you help me ask Ifa this? Please, can you help me ask Ifa this? Even after I've given you my own opinion, I will still tell you, let's ask Ifa. Some people think, oh, she's trying to make money through divination. I'm trying to tell you that my knowledge is limited. I don't know you as much as who created you. We are trying to fix a car, and then we have done the simple things and it's still not working. And somebody is saying, oh, can you just call the car shop and let them, I know if they come and pick it up from here, they will have to tow it. I'll pay a lot for the towing vehicle. So what will you rather do? To continue to gamble on a car that you bought for hundreds of thousands of dollars? No, you won't do that. You will get it to the car shop, no matter how much extra it's going to cost you. Why do you now want to gamble with your own life? People come to my DM and they're like, is one Baba that told me that. Okay, when the Baba told you, what was the Odù Ifá that came out? I don't even know. The Baba just said, you sound like a child. You sound like a minor. It's a child that says that. It's a minor that says that. The minors we're even raising today are questioning things. You're an adult. How would you say somebody just told you something? Yes, anybody can tell you anything. And yes, they can be right. But normalize confirming it with Ifa. Normalize that. Hold on to the Ifa that says, oh, this is what you are supposed to do. Which is why I say, you see all this back and forth that is going on social media, is because people don't even understand the place of Ifa. If you hear somebody says, so Egbe is just for female, it's not for male. Why don't you just go and ask Ifa? I'm a man. Ask Ifa, do I have Egbe? Ifa is the one that was, it's not that hard. Why is it? But then again, lack of responsibility, lack of accountability. Nobody wants to take responsibility to go and check. Nobody wants to be held accountable for, oh, I confirmed it myself. Everybody wants to hold everybody responsible. So in case it doesn't go well, they can say, is that Iyanifa that said it? No, now, we're adults. Don't let's do anything. Don't let's do this to ourselves. Somebody is saying on YouTube, the person said, she's enjoying your teaching, and the discussion is an eye-opener. Thanks for sharing this deep knowledge with us. I'm at work and I'm unable to contribute so much. Thank you so much, Auntie Toyin. I really appreciate the fact that you are taking time off work to do this, and then you can also catch a replay. Now, let's wrap this up by talking about Egbe, if it's for men or women. I think I've answered that already. So I will say this. Egbe is for everybody. The way I have defined Egbe to you right now, you're supposed to understand that Egbe is for everybody. So why then do we have so much communication of Egbe around women and not men? Here is what it is. Like I said, if you need to understand that women, the female gender is a more spiritual being. That is the way it has always been. The female gender is more spiritual. That's just the way it is. The powers of this universe was handed over to female. Females have more connection with their spiritual, generally. That's not supposed to say we don't have men that have connections to the no. But you have, in numbers, you have more of female. So when people start seeing their children display certain things, when it is a girl child, they start to make spiritual, questioning and diggings to it. When it is a boy child, people just tend to, he's just being stubborn. They brush it over. So they do not go that path to find out what it is. I had a man come to me to tell me that I'm a fake Iyanifa because I said the problem that he's going through is because of Egbe. He said, how can you say that when I'm not a man? I've been in Ifa for almost 20 years. Nobody has ever told me about Egbe. I said, okay, continue your journey and continue your search. Lo and behold, I like to use that word, he was back after like 2 months or 3 months to say, I think I'm beginning to see what you are saying. What did I say? I said so many things. What you said about Egbe, but in this case, I think it's my wife's Egbe. I say it's not your wife's Egbe. It's you, sir. When you are ready to accept it as you. He was like, okay, what do you think I should do? Let me just try it and see, maybe it's one. I said, don't use your money to try it. Don't gamble with your hard-earned money. When you are convinced that this is his comeback, you're not even encouraging me to do this thing. I do not have the responsibility to encourage you. I have the responsibility to show you the truth, and as an adult, you would hold on to it. You will take it and decide. He went off again for this time, maybe like 6 months, and he decided, okay, let's do it. I said, why? So I said, because things are still not changed. Okay. So the other babalawos that have been telling you is not Egbe. What did they tell you was, why is that not working? And we did everything Egbe said we should do. And during the divination, they told him that as soon as possible, he should have his Egbe ceremony and, settle his Egbe and all of that. And just by following that instruction, he did his Egbe, the baskets where you put the fruits and everything. He gave it to them as a gift. He was there. I made him see the process and carry it himself since he's in Nigeria. And he did. And a couple of days after, he's like, Iyanifa woman joke me kini she. This thing is looking like he's working. I said it's still looking like. Come back when you know that it's actually working. And then he came back and he was like, so this and this and this is happening. So this, and he just started his testimony and his review one step after the other. It was the man that told me to say, Iyanifa, please, when will you have time? I want to do my best ceremony. I said, it's for women. Iyanifa, stop it now. I said, no, I just want to remind you that it's for women. Are you now a woman? Should I give you lip gloss and hairband? He's like, no, you don't. He's one of the, he could not take it to his house because his wife is not open to it. His Egbe pot is in my house. It's right there in my house, in the office. He sends out, let's do this for the Egbe, let's do that for the Egbe, let's do this for the Egbe. In fact, he holds on to Egbe more than Ifa because he did his Itefa too. He pays attention to his Egbe more than his. You see, these things, lack of knowledge. I just need you to know that 80% of what you are going through right now is because of something you don't know. Take it from me. That's the way life is. Something you don't know. Try it. What's the worst that can happen? You will lose money, because that's the worst. After you've done the ceremony, it's just the money. And trust me, there's so many other ways you can lose money. Maybe not lose money, Aláṣẹkù, but that's the worst that can happen. Try it and then you see. The person that did my Itefa for me, that man is heavy on Egbe. Like, you think Egbe is more important than Ifa when you stay around him. When you enter into his house, the first place they lead you to is where Egbe is. It's right there in his compound. You first of all have to kneel down to Egbe before you go to any other Orisha or Ifa. And if you see that man, when you see somebody is a fine man, he is, oh my God, his skin is on another level. And what does he use? Shea butter and coconut oil. That is all that he uses. The man is, you will see his Egbe show up around him. He's somebody that takes life, those people that just take life effortlessly. They don't do too much. They don't. But you cannot be around him and not catch that energy. He says all the other babalawos around him are always saying there's something he has done to his house. The moment people enter into this house, they just don't want to leave him. The day I got to his house and I met him for the first time, I told him, I said, this is where I'm doing my Itefa. He said, go and think about it. After 3 days, if you feel the same, because I know my Egbes, they are strong right now. They are always, I venerate them a lot in this house. They have a place here. So there is no way they will not be speaking to you in my favor, but just calm down. Go and think about it. I called him the following day. I said, I've thought about it. He said it's not yet 3 days. That is how confident he is that you step into my space, you cannot go. My Egbes will make sure that you are here and you are aligned. I'm grateful that he was such a person that brought me into this path. He made me see, and you mentioned something about intuition, and I will say this. The WhatsApp number is pinned on your screen if you have a personal, okay, no, it cannot be pinned, but it's posted by Canada Dibia. You can send a message if you want to. You said something about intuition, and I know that when it comes to religion tells you You hear people saying, and something was telling me that I should do this too. Thank God I didn't go to that party. Something said I should not, which was what you said, that we have been practicing Ifa even before we came here, because that's who we are, that's where we belong. They can lie to you and call it a different name. They can tell you it's the Holy Spirit that is speaking to you. It's your Ori that you are connecting with. It's your Egbe that is whispering to you. They have been speaking to you. Some of you have been following that. And you just call it something. Something just said I should. It's not something. It's your Ori that is speaking to you. It's your Egbe that is speaking to you. They are the ones that come to you. You see some things in your dream and it happens exactly like that. They are giving you messages to guide you. It's not church, it's not church, it's not Holy Spirit, it's not Christ in the hope of glory. It's not. It's your Egbe. And why you have this, like she also said, why you have these things that are not adding up where you are coming from, is your spirit feeling like there's just something here. Yeah, I love this place. This place is good. But your spirit just feels there's something more. I've lost count of the number of times people have come to me to make a divination over. I just think there's something more to my life. I feel like I'm not doing what I'm supposed to. Yes, because there is something more to your life for real. The day you come into Ifa, that is the day I tell people, you will never experience the love of divinity. Let's use the word God. You will never experience the love of God until you come to Ifa. And here is why. Here is why. You know, when you come to a place and somebody treats you as an individual, as a person, you come to my house, imagine, and I get you a very hard surface to sit on, you know, like a cushion, like a chair that the foam and the lining is really hard, and then I serve you food and somebody is bringing your plate and I'm like, don't give Nancy that, she doesn't eat seafood, give her this, and you know, she likes goat meat and whatever it is. I'm paying attention to those things, and you are ready to sleep at night and I'm like, set the air conditioner to 25 to 18 to 14. Change the bed sheet, she only likes white. Do you know how much you fall in love with me, wondering how did she know the kind of surface I love to sit on? She paid attention to my food. She paid attention to the degree of the air condition. She paid attention to the color. That is what Ifa is. Pays attention to you as an individual in details. Doesn't generalize. You go from a place where they say, what is our will? Somebody said something. That man is a pastor, he's on my WhatsApp contact. He's tired of me already. He posted something. He said, on this matter of finding your purpose in life, as a Christian, let me tell you, God that sent you to this earth will definitely tell you what your purpose is. He will communicate with you. But between now and then, whatever your hand finds to do it as unto the Lord. Let me reframe that statement. Let me reframe it. He's telling you that between now and when you find your purpose, continue to waste your time. That's what it means. Whatever your hand finds to do, whatever. In 2025, with this adult life that we have, somebody is telling us to go and do whatever we find to do. Where the mates of your younger sisters at age 20, 21 are making success out of your life, you are 42, you are still doing whatever your hand finds to do. Whatever. No, that doesn't sound like somebody that cares about me as a person. That is a general statement. When I'm trying to tell you, I cannot fast 40 days and 40 nights. There is a health challenge. I cannot do it. So many people have prescribed a lot of things to me. You want to be fit and healthy, don't take soda, don't do this, don't take too much sugar. As a person, me, Iyanifa Ewa, I have very high metabolism rates. My body breaks down sugar faster than an average person. So you see that thing called glucose, if I don't have it in my system, just like you have high blood pressure, high pressure in your body, my body tends to have low pressure. So at that time when I don't have glucose in my system, my body cannot carry whatever it is to my brain and my heart. I start to feel faint. There are people like me. So when you generalize and you say, reduce your carbohydrate intake, sugar is not good for you, glucose is not good for you, I laugh at people. Because some of us, that is what our body functions on. I have to make sure I'm taking things that produce glucose, because if your body breaks 1 kg of glucose down in 3 hours, mine gets to break it down in 1 hour. So it's when I go to a doctor and he gives me general information like that, I look at the dude like, you don't know what you're doing. I need somebody that would understand the peculiarity of me. That is what Ifá does, picks you as an individual and tells you what your journey is as a person, and makes you realize that this thing that you do, that somebody else is considered for as wrong, if this is what your spirit wants you to do, it makes sense. It makes more sense. I can have my own taboos. Then you begin to look like, no wonder I never really liked this thing. No wonder you apply those things and it works for you. Somebody else is applying it, it's not working for them. It makes sense because you are on an individual journey, not you questioning your life based on other people's success every time. But Sister Ruth too prays 20 times a day. Me too, I'm praying 20 times a day. When is God going to answer? Because Sister Ruth's journey in life is to pray. She's a prayer warrior by calling. You are not a prayer warrior. The thing that will work for you might be giving. I have a friend who is, she's also a priestess. She's a voodoo priestess. Her shortcut through life journey is to give. When you see the girl giving, sometimes you think that she's trying to show off. No. She understands what works for her. She understands how to connect with the spirits that called her. She gives and she gives and she gives. Is giving good? Yes. But is it going to produce the same result in you like it would in me? No. Some of us, we don't have any business using soap. Oh, they have made this soap for you and this soap for you. Some of us don't have any business with it. Some of us, the only business we have in this life is continue to give etutu and ebo. Just do it constantly. You see how it works for you. Some people, this black soap that we sell as spiritualists is a taboo for them. It doesn't, you see how Ifá picks it individually. That is when you would recognize that it's like, so God, who 8 billion people are calling on, he sees me, he understands me, he wants the best for me. They are guiding me as a person, not general people, me as a person. Ifá says, come and let me give you your own path in life. They did not say the path of your mommy and your daddy. You as a person, how much more love do we want to feel with divinity? So when we say come to Ifá, this is finding yourself and coming home. Is it going to be perfect here? First and foremost, secondly and secondmost. There is no such thing as perfect in this side of life. Throw that word away. It doesn't exist. So when people say, we have seen so many people in Ifá, they still have problems. Human life, that's what it is. But you know the difference between us and them? We have instructions, we have solution, part-time, specific. Everybody that goes to church, the solution to your problem is pray, fast, pray. If you pray hard enough, how hard is hard? Who is measuring the hardness? If you pray long enough, who is measuring the length? Nobody. So you never know when you pray long enough. But if I can tell you, do X, Y, Z. If you have done it and you still haven't gotten the result, you can always go back to ask. Which is where accountability comes in. You can't question your pastors in church. You can't go to him and say, I've been paying tithe for the last 10 years, nothing has happened, this and this. They don't even give you the space because what? Touch not my anointed and do my prophet more. You can't even question them. You see how they built it. They are giving you something that is not guaranteed. There is no guarantee of nothing. and then you still cannot come back and say, please, can I have a refund? Okay, or please, can I just ask a question? No, you cannot. But you come to Ifa, and I tell everybody that I work with, if I'm walking you through a journey and you're not getting results, please come back to me to ask me. I'm not going to bite you. I'm not going to be upset with you. I need to find out what is happening. I need to know. Somebody came to me a couple of days ago and said, the իշέφà you said I should do, it's not even working. And you're the one that said I should do it. I said, a grown man like you put your money down to do իշέφà, you are still saying what they asked you to do. So at the point you were doing it, you didn't understand what you were doing and the reason you were doing it. And it's like, I just did it because you said I should do it. Maybe that is even where the problem is coming from. But between now and then, let's ask questions. And we asked, and they said he has abandoned his Ifa. The Odù that came out specifically said, you don't have Ifa and abandon it. And I told him, and I said, please go and scroll up your chart. How many times did I remind you to do or say? Initially, I was doing this with my money. Later, it's not my responsibility to do that. He was like, oh, so because I didn't give more money, you are not giving me money. From your consultation, you are not even capable at the moment to give me money. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. You are giving these things to your Ifa. If you don't mind, I can send your Ifa to you. Be doing also for it there. This is the line that your success is going to come from. It's like you're on a journey. You are traveling from New York towards LA, and you get on the way and they say, oh, are we there? No, we're not there. You are still 3 hours away. And they said, oh, you have to buy more gas. And you're saying, the filling station is just taking my money. You are buying gas into your car. That car is the one that is going to drive you there. The filling station is collecting money for you to give you gas. But we have not even gotten there. They should allow us to get to the destination before we pay for all the gas we have used.
It's this one.
How does that sound? Every fuel station that you pass by should allow you to fill your car and get to your destination. When you now arrive at the destination, that's when they should be asking you for money. You don't do that in real life. So where did you get this idea from? Please, I beg of you, we have stayed here longer than we're supposed to. Iyanifa, I'm super grateful. Thank you so much for coming once again. I appreciate you. I learned a lot from you today. I picked certain things from you today that I know that, yes, I'm going to sit down and digest it again and think about it again. And that is why we are a community. So if you are in the US and you are, what state are you, please? I didn't catch that.
I'm in Georgia.
Okay.
I'm in Georgia.
Okay, so she's in Georgia. If you want to connect with her in person, she's closer to you if you're in the US than I am, so you can connect with her. She refers her students to my page to learn. So I'm also referring, if she has something, your Ori will take you through different people and different places. Oh, thank you so much for that gift on YouTube. Spiritual Soul Spa. Thank you so much. So you can connect with her. She's also a very good teacher. Oh, she's your neighbor. Yeah, Mr. Mike said you're his neighbor. You can also connect with her to learn. Someone says, I learned so much and answers to so many of my consultation even before it comes has been answered. Wow. Thank you so much that Ifa is able to do that. Yeah. Thank you so much. Modupe Eshegoni. Thank you so much. This is knowledge. If you miss this, go to YouTube and learn. Go to YouTube and learn. See, a lot of you think when I direct you to my YouTube channel is because I want to make YouTube money. See, if I want to make money on YouTube, I know the kind of content to put outside. Is that okay? I know the kind of content that makes money in YouTube monetization. If that is my aim. We know what to put out there. People are making content without sitting for 4 hours. AI is creating content for people and they are paying them for it. I would employ somebody to create AI videos that will go viral and I will get paid. But this is for you. We are begging you. If not for anything, I personally and Iyanifa here We are mothers with children, raising our children by ourselves. We want a better life for our children. We want them to grow up in a better place. And we are begging you, learn to do the right thing. Connect with Ifa. Let Ifa direct you aright. Bring your children to Ifa so that these children can have a better place to stay. We are here right now, and life is here right now because of the choices that our grandfathers, great-grandfathers, and the other people that lived when they lived made. That is the life we are living. It's not God that created life like this. And the devil is not responsible for it. It's a summation of people's choices. So you want a better future, please let's make better choices. And it starts with this, knowing your path, knowing the right thing to do, you know. I like how people are coming back to Ifa. I have people that are reaching out to me now saying, oh, I'm pregnant, my wife is pregnant, can we book an Akosejai? This is the EDD. I'm envious of that child already, because this child is going to, their parents are going to know what the entire blueprint of their life is before they are born. Oh, can I be a baby again and go through that? That is awesome. I told them, I said, the best gift you can give to your child is what you're about to do right now. And they've already booked a date, you know. So let's make this world a better place. This is how we're going to do it. Do your part, I'm doing my part, and Elédùmarè will help us. Thank you so much. Mr. Mike, I talked about you. You are not here. Catch the replay. You hear what I said. I've gossiped about you today, but you understand it better. Can Akosejai be done in a baby's absentia? No, it cannot be done in a baby's absentia. No, it cannot. So for my clients whose other partners are not open to Golden Lights, thank you so much for the gift on YouTube. Thank you. For those of you whose partners are not open to it, let me give you a trick or a cheat sheet for that. So one of my clients whose the husband was not open to it, so she told the husband that she was going to visit her mom. So I spoke to the mom, and the mom said okay. So she told her husband that she was going to visit her mom, and you know, she just wanted to spend time with her mom. So while they were visiting the mom was when we came to do the Akosejai. You understand? So you know, we can find a way around it. There has been an Akosejai that I went for with one of my priests that works with me. We went there on the day of the naming ceremony. We went there as regular people, and we went into a room, and the wife said, oh, she was breastfeeding the baby, and the man was outside doing his thing, and we did what we had to do, and we packed our little bags and we left after we were done. So we can find a way around this if your partner is not particularly open to it. What if you are in the diaspora? Okay, so there are people that I can direct you to in the diaspora who can do that for you. I'm not visiting the US anytime soon. I don't have plans to visit the US yet, and I don't like the UK, so I'm not sure if I'm going to visit. But maybe one day, maybe one day I might visit. But I visit other countries. So if you're in the diaspora, if you let me know. So Canada has now become second home for me. My husband, you know, lives in Canada. He's in Nigeria at the moment, so I would also be visiting there regularly soon, you know. So if that is where, just let me know where you are. If I'm not able to come there, trust me, I should be able to find at least one person who is able to help out with that. You know, we have a community of Ifa priests. I'm coming that way instead one day. Okay, yeah, I want to see you. Oh, you're in Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast is close. It's not far. I'm in Nigeria. Abidjan is close. So, and I have a priest there that used to work with me and relocated there. He went there visiting, and then they loved him and he loved them, and he stayed there. So if I'm not able to, people like that can also help you. So thank you so much. Anti-Golden Light. You see, the funny thing about UK is that, like I said, I have a business there that is thriving. Aláṣẹkù. And my best friend, who is my sister, like, she's like my blood sister, like the sister that I never had in this real life. We're from the same Egbe. We connected spiritually before we did physically. She also lives in the UK. So each time I tell her this, she's always like, how can you even say that? I say, you come to Lagos. Bring my nieces and nephews to Lagos. Those people, I think maybe in my past life, the queen must have done something. She must have done something I didn't like, because I don't know why I feel like that. And that is where like average Nigerians go. Yeah, I think so. They're not just happy about
like, absolutely not.
They are not just in alignment with it. And you know, as funny as that sounds, that's actually true. There are places where in your past life or your ancestors, they just do not connect with such places. And if you try going there in real life, you will feel a certain kind of way. My husband and I felt exactly that way when we visited Egypt. I go on vacation a lot. I love to travel. I love to explore. But when I go to Egypt, I experienced, it only takes you being there to understand what that experience is. So my husband and I were experiencing it separately, but we just didn't talk about it for the first few days we got there. So there was a particular day I'm like, why do I feel like this? My husband was like, oh, you feel like that too? I'm like, why didn't he say anything? He said, I didn't want to win. See his comment. He said, Egypt, never again. So he's like, I just didn't want to ruin the experience for you. And it's not about the place. It's a beautiful place. Beautiful place. Nice people, by the way. That's the only country I went to that I didn't have to lie about my nationality as a Nigerian just because I didn't want to get looked at in a certain way. Other countries, I just say I'm from Kenya or I'm from somewhere else, just so that they are not questioning me unnecessarily. Egypt love the fact that we're Nigerians. They're asking about footballers, asking about this. But the energy in that country that my husband and I felt, see his comment and he said, never again. And it was spiritual all the way. So there are certain places, yes, that maybe in your past life, some things that happened there, or your ancestors are like, no, the energy of that place doesn't belong to you. Maybe that's what it is with me and UK, I don't know. But I don't know, I'm sorry. I love you guys like from the depth of my heart. And I know, I have every reason to be there, but maybe somewhere along the line, my spirit will just feel like, okay, you know, but my experience in Egypt, I will not go to where my spirit are not following me again. I will not. It was not nice. It was not nice. I don't want to go into details, but the people are awesome. The scenery is beautiful. It's a good vacation spot, but spiritually we just didn't connect. It just wasn't it. You know, so yeah. So if you need any service in the diaspora, if I'm not there in person, I will direct you to people. So if you're in the US, Georgia is closer to you than Lagos, trust me. So you can link up with Iyanifa, and then, you know, if there's anything in between, she will communicate with me, we'll communicate with each other. Thank you so much. I hate to say goodbye, but we have to. I need to tell you this. Isn't Egypt where the giants bury the secrets? Oh yeah, that's the place. I think that's the place. I enjoy this as much as you do. One of the fastest way I learn is when I teach. My spirit speaks through me. I don't plan anything. My husband is my witness. My husband said I should not say bye, I should say until next time. So until next time, he's my witness. Like, there's sometimes when I still wake up on Sunday morning and I still don't know what I'm going to teach. And maybe an hour, 2 hours before, spirits just start telling me, okay, this, and this, and then I don't read anything. I don't. Because at the end of the day, whatever it is I read, I still end up saying things that I didn't even know existed before that moment. So it's also teaching for me. I also get to watch my videos. So thank you for doing this with me and not letting me do this alone. Eshe Goni. So tomorrow, Monday, we'll continue Ashe for today. We took a break over the last 3 days because I was not available, right? And then I pray that we get to a point where even when I'm not available, somebody else will be able to, you know, use this screen. Maybe when my daughter turns 18 and she can officially, you know, do all of this stuff, because I have a couple of my children that are also on this path, and I believe they were my children in the other side of life, because I don't know how I got so lucky and favored to, you know, have all those kind of children come through me is a privilege. You will not understand it until you meet my kids. For those that have met them, you will know that everybody's child is good, but when I mean they bring people to you to fit into your lifestyle, to fit into your lifestyle is just been so awesome. So very soon, in a couple of years or months, we would have them, you know, take the screen. They're also learning and they're doing a lot. So thank you so much. And by the way, if you have not registered in Ifa College, I'm looking at you. If you have not registered for a course in Ifa College, what exactly are you doing? You are watching Netflix, or you are what? Go and register for a course in Ifa College. Go and register, get this knowledge, learn. Join an Ifa community, learn. Some people are already gaining some things by joining Ifa community. Mr. Mike has gained something very, very big. I can't contain myself, but the time is coming when I'll be able to talk about it. Mr. Mike has gained something. A lot of you know I mentioned Mr. Mike a lot, and I was going to say this. Remember the other day that a lady came to give her review, and I said she hadn't done her airballs, and Mr. Mike offered that he was going to pay for her airball, and he did. And he paid for the airball, and he got something. You see, I love how Ifa works. So you don't understand. God, you don't understand how easy these things are. You don't understand how easy this thing is. It's not a figment of our imagination. This is real life. This is real life. He did that for somebody. Not one thing. Mr. Mike gained many things. My husband said not one thing. Mr. Mike gained many things, because the day I am opportune or I'm able to allow to talk about it, you will know he gained many things. And he gained it alongside somebody else. And both of them, in different capacities that they gained it, they are two people that is dear to my soul. So it makes me feel like I'm not doing this work in vain. This is a proof that people that I don't know, people I've never seen, no, this is, you cannot partner with the Orishas, you cannot invest in Ifa and lose. It's not possible. How is it going to happen? It did not happen in the past, and it's not about to happen. And I say this, if Ifa was not working, we would not have it preserved till today. Our immediate ancestors would have abandoned it and gone to church, because it was easier to go to church. They stayed with it because it worked. It worked, real life. It worked. And that is why we are still having access to it. Let me use your life as testimony. Let me use your life as review. Come to Ifa, stay with Ifa, follow Ifa, so that you too can be able to say, look what Ifa has done. Because Ifa is doing it for other people. Don't be left behind. Is that okay? Thank you so much. Until I see you next time again, let's make our Iwure. May your source of knowledge never run dry. Eshe Goni o Ebun Owo Yomi. Is that your name? Eshe Goni. I see your comments. I'm super grateful. I love you, Golden Lights. Don't worry, you come to Nigeria. Anytime you're on vacation, I would invite you to Nigeria, even if I don't come to the UK. I love you. I still love you. Eshe Goni, thank you so much. Let's make our Iwure as we round up. Akoda aye Asheba, Asheba Asheda, Asheba tiwaye ojo, Asheba tiwo oorun. Elédùmarè ọba tẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé Asheba, anikiba wa ṣe o. Adániwáyé Asheba, Aṣẹ̀dá, Amẹ̀dá, Awẹ̀dá, Asheba. Òrọ̀mọ níṣẹ́ fàyà tí Asheba, ọba tó ń migbó kìjikìji Asheba. Ọba tó lọ kárí ayé, ọba lánàá, ọba lẹ́nìí, ọba títí ayérayé tó fi gbogbo àgbáláyé yìí tó fi ṣe àpótí ìtìsẹ̀ rẹ̀ Asheba, anikiba wa ṣe o. Òrọ̀mọ níṣẹ́ fàyà tí Asheba, ọba kábíyèsí Elédùmarè Asheba, anikiba wa ṣe. Ajagunmalé olúwo òde ọ̀run Asheba, Asheba olúbíkin, Asheba ọ̀sanyìnbíkin. Ẹ̀yin Iyami ọ̀pàkẹ́ àlàkẹ́ Asheba, ẹ̀yin alágogo idẹ, ẹ̀yin arógbaṣọ má balẹ̀, ẹ̀yin olókìkí òru Asheba. Ẹ̀yin ọlọ́mọ kan tí ń fún gba ọmọ ọlọ́mọ ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kan tí ń bẹ́lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì ìjà Asheba yín o. Tó wojú yín o, ìbá yín la ṣe. Wọ́n ní ọmọdé tó bá wọlé tó júbà òun ló máa roko dalẹ̀, àti wọlé àti júbà lẹ́yìn ó di dandan ká roko dalẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní àdáṣe ní mọ ìbà ọgbọ́dọ̀ mú ọmọ ènìyàn. Èmi àti yóò dáṣe o, a ti ṣèbà fáwọn tó lọ́jọ́ ẹ̀ní, a ní kí bà máa hùn wá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ̀yin òrìṣà tá à ń ṣèbà fún, tá à ń gbẹ́bọ fún, tá à ń ṣọ̀sẹ̀ fún, àṣèbà. Ṣàngó kábíyèsí Ṣàngó, Arábàmbí ọkọ Ọya, ẹ̀rù jẹ̀jẹ̀ tí ń yọná lẹ́nu, tí ń yọná nímú, tí ń yọná lójú, àṣèbà. Àṣèbà àwọn olókìkí òru, àṣèbà. Ọ̀ṣun-Ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ̀ olóyè ayò ládékojú ẹbọra tí ń gbé nínú omi, àṣèbà. Iye gbogbo ọmọ ẹja afíjú obìnrin tí ń gbé nínú omi tí ń gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ ọkùnrin, àṣèbà. Èṣù láàlú ògiri òkò láàróyè, àṣèbà. A ní kí bà wá ṣẹ ọ. Gbogbo àwọn lọ́balọ́ba níjòyè láṣèbà fún. Àṣèbà orí, àṣèbà ẹlẹ́dàá, àṣèbà ẹgbẹ́ ayé ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run, àṣemúsòmúsò ẹgbẹ́, àṣe àkíkà ẹgbẹ́. A ní kí bà wá ṣẹ ọ. Àwa ṣèwúre ọ̀sẹ̀ tuntun la tún ń lẹ́yìn. Ajé ògúngúlùsọ onísọ òbòjú wá dúró tì wá, wá sọlé wa dilé, wá sọ̀nà wa dọ̀nà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ká má rí jà ajé, ká má rí jà àwọn ẹlẹ́yẹ, ká má rí jà iye, ká má rí jà Iyami, ká má tẹ aṣọ àgbà mọ́lẹ̀, ká má tójú ayé mọ́lẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ajé ògúngúlùsọ wá dúró tì wá, tọ̀tún àtòsí tájé fi ń kóre wá, kó wá kóre wá fúnra. Ire owó, ire ọlá, ire ọlà, òun ni kọ́kọ́ wá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní agbe tó ń gbére pàdé olókun, ìwọ má gbére pàdé olókun mọ́. Àwa ni kó o máa gbére pàdé. Ẹ sọ fúnra yín pé èmi lágbájá ọmọ lágbájá ni kí agbe máa gbére pàdé. Àlùkò tí ń gbére pàdé ọlọ́ṣà má gbére pàdé ọlọ́ṣà mọ́. Èmi ni kó o máa gbére pàdé àti gbogbo etí tó ń gbọ́ mi láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ire ní gúúsù, ire láríwá, ire nílà oòrùn, ire níwọ̀ oòrùn, ire lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé ni kó máa gbé wá fún wa lódindi. Wọ́n ní odindi látàrí ń di tiẹ̀, àtàrí kan ń di tiẹ̀ láàbò. Orí odindi báyìí ló máa gbé wá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àní ṣubú dànù. Èmi àti yín ò ní bá wọn dúpẹ́ tipátipá. Oore àbò ò ní jẹ́ tiwa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní ìfà nílé, ìfà lóko, ìfà ni kó máa jẹ́ tiwa, kí Ifá máa fare wá fún wa, kó máa fa ìfà wá fún wa, kó máa fa ọlá àti ọlà wá fún wa. Ajé olókun asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀ wá sọ̀rọ̀ wa dayọ̀. Ifá olókun asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀ wá sọ̀rọ̀ èmi àti yín dayọ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo alábíamọ tí tó ń gbóhùn mi lórígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé níbi tẹ́ bá wà, ẹ̀ ní ṣe lásán. Lórí àwọn ọmọ wa, à ní ṣe lásán. Ẹrù tálábíamọ yìí tún wọn ò ní gbé wá ká máa mọ́lé o. Ọmọ aráyé ò ní fọmọ dààmú wa. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wojú Elédùmarè fún ọmọ, Ọ̀ṣun-Ṣẹ̀ǹgẹ̀ṣẹ̀ olóyè ayò ládékojú á ṣe ọmọ tí yín fún yín ní ìrọ̀rùn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní òrìṣà ìbejì òun ló ń gbóre wá fún wa, tó ń sọ ilé aláhoro, tó ń sọ di ilé aláyọ̀, tó ń sọ ilé alákìísà, tó ń sọ di ilé onígbà aṣọ. Ìbejì làǹtìlanti òun ni ẹ máa bí lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ajé owó ọlá ọlà tẹ́ ẹ wá fi máa wo àwọn ọmọ yẹn, ajé á fi ṣe é nírọ̀rùn fún yín. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ wà nílé, tẹ́ ẹ ti rán wọn lọ sókè òkun, tẹ́ ẹ ti rán wọn lọ sí ilẹ̀ odi láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ ní gbọ́ wàhálà lórí wọn, ẹ ní gbọ́ jàǹbá lórí wọn láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọn ò ní fòkó àwọn ọmọ yẹn, wọn ò ní fi ránṣẹ́ sí wa. Àwọn ọmọ tó lọ, àwọn náà lọ máa padà wá, wọn á kó èrè oko yẹn, wọn á kó wálé nírú nígbà ló máa jẹ́ fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àní ṣubú dànù o. Èmi àti yín ò ní báráyé fọwọ́ tì o. Nǹkan tí wọ́n fi dá wa, ìpínlẹ̀ wa, àní gbàgbé ẹ̀, àní tàpá sílé, àní fọwọ́ òsì báyìí, àní fi júwe lé bàbá wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ọlá, gbogbo ọlà táwọn Aláṣẹkù fílẹ̀ á jà ṣe pé lórí èmi àti yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àní ṣubú dànù o. Àní báráyé fọwọ́ tì o. Ìpín tó jẹ́ tèmi, tó jẹ́ tiyín, òun la máa tẹ̀lé. Ifá asọ̀rọ̀dayọ̀ á sọ̀rọ̀ wa dayọ̀. Ifá ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín á yan ìpín tiwa fún wa, á fi wá mọ̀nà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ibi tó rí ń gbé wa lọ, ẹsẹ̀ wa ò ní ṣì wá lọ́nà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo nǹkan tá a ti wá fi àárọ̀ ọjọ́ wa kójọ, àní fẹ̀yìn ọwọ́ wa báyìí, àní fi dànù láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ìjọba, tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ aládàáni, ìjọ tí ẹ̀tọ́ yín bá tó gbà, ọmọ aráyé ò ní fi ṣàpínlẹ̀, ẹlòmíì ò ní gbà, wọn ò ní dìde ìṣẹ́jú kan fún yín. Ọkọ ọba àdáàbá kò ní ṣayín lẹ́sẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ ṣiṣẹ́ náà lẹ máa jèrè ẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Nílé lóko lẹ́yìn odi, níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá ti lọ ṣiṣẹ́, èrè báyìí, èrè tó wà ń bẹ òun lẹ máa kó wá sílé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Wọ́n ní ọmọ ẹ̀tà ní kọ́kọ́ tà kọ́mọ ẹlòmíràn tó tà. Gbogbo àwa tá a gbé gbá owó, tá a ti dókòwò sílẹ̀, tá a ń ṣe bísínẹ́sì ni o, tá a ṣí ṣọ́ọ̀bù ni o, tá a ṣe ilé iṣẹ́ tiwa fúnra wa, tá a ń bára wa ṣiṣẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àní ṣubú dànù. Odindi báyìí ni wọ́n máa gbére wá fún wa. Àwa la kọ́kọ́ máa tà kọ́mọ ẹlòmíràn tó tà. Àwọn èèyàn afẹ́rẹ́ wá wa wá, wọ́n á fọlá wá wa wá, wọ́n á fọlà wá wa wá látorígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáláyé. Wọ́n ní inú igbó lobì wà, ọmọ aráyé lànà kan ni wọ́n lànà oore kan yìí wọ́n lànà ọlákànyìn àtèmi àti yín láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá ń ṣe àṣẹ báyìí orí yìí ò ní kọ ìṣẹ̀dá yìí ò ní kọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹ̀yọ́nú àwọn tó láyé la máa rí wọn níjọ́ tó rí bá fojú kan ọ̀run níjọ́ yẹn ló ń yọ ẹ̀yọ́nú àwọn tó láyé la máa rí Iyami òṣòro maniga ẹ̀yin Iyami ẹlẹ́yẹ ọ̀sà méjì mo pè yín mi pè yín fúnkún mi pè yín fáàrùn nítorí gbogbo orí tó péjọpọ̀ yìí la ṣe pè yín o ẹ̀yọ́nú yín la béèrè fún ẹ wá yọ́nú sí wa ẹ wá yọ́nú sí wa àtọkùnrin ni àtobìnrin ni ẹ wá yọ́nú sí wa lórí ọkọ lórí aya lórí ọmọ ni ẹ wá yọ́nú sí wa lórí gbogbo iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe ẹ̀yọ́nú àti ẹ̀bẹ̀ àgbàlagbà lábẹ́rẹ́ ẹ wá yọ́nú sí wa ẹ má dá sí wa lára ọ ẹ má dá wa dá láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ẹgbẹ́ ayé ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀run ẹ dúró tì wá ẹ wá bá wa ṣe kífá bá wa ṣe k'Elédùmarè bá wa ṣe káwọn tó ṣàwó kù sẹ́yìn kọ́ dúró tì wá kọ́ ṣe tiwa láṣẹ pé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè Ifá ti gbé àwọn ará wájú o lórí ètò yìí la ti ń sọ àwọn tífá gbé Ifá ti gbé àwọn ará wájú o kífá wá gbé àwa náà kífá wá dúró tàwa náà kíṣẹ̀ṣe wá gbé àwa náà láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọlé Ajíbọ́lá gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọlé Ẹdàn Ajíbọ́lá gbé wá Ẹdàn á gbé wá Ajíbọ́lá mi ò gbọ́dọ̀ ọ̀rà á dúró tì wá á gbé wá àní ṣàwó ṣe àní tójú ayé mọ́lẹ̀ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àní dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fún ọmọ òní dùbúlẹ̀ àìsàn fún wa ire gbogbo la máa rí wọ́n níre lójú owó ń rí ire lójú ìmẹ̀ àti ní a máa rí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti ṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ torí pé wọ́n ní àwíṣẹ́ ní ti fá àfọ̀ṣẹ́ ní tọ̀rúnmìlà wọ́n ní táfẹ́fẹ́ bá fẹ́ akàngi oko lára ni níbi gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ bá wà afẹ́fẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń fẹ́ yìí afẹ́fẹ́ ìwúre tó ń fẹ́ yìí á fẹ́ akànnì lára á dúró tì yín á mọ yín lára láṣẹ Èdùmàrè á dirun á dìgbà nílé yín wọn ò ní fi yín ṣàwátì o wọn ò ní fi yín ṣàwátì o ọdún 2025 yìí tún ti ń kásẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ lọ ọdún ò ní ká wa lọ ọdún ò ní ká wa lọ àwa la máa rẹ́yìn ọdún yìí ò ní rẹ́yìn wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ lágbàlagbà nílé wọn ò ní fáwọn àgbà yín wọn ò ní fi jà ní láàmú kókókó báyìí lára ọ̀tá ń le kókókó lára wọn máa le títí dọjọ́ tó máa fi tí wọ́n máa fi jẹ́ ọlọ́jọ́ nípè wọn ò ní ṣàìsàn wọn ò ní fi wọ́n dà wá láàmú láṣẹ Èdùmàrè èyí tá a wí lẹ́yìn àṣẹ ti gùn arọ ti rọ̀ mọ́ torí pé wọ́n ní àbálá alágẹmọ máa ń dá òrìṣà òkè ló ń fàṣẹ sí èmi àti yín atún ti dábàá lẹ́yìn kórìṣà òkè bá wa fàṣẹ sí gbogbo àwọn babaláwo gbogbo Ìyánífà gbogbo bàbá lóríṣà àti ìyá lóríṣà àní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́ o àní fara wa ṣiṣẹ́ o iṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè ti parí òun ló máa gbé wá fún wa o iṣẹ́ tó máa dà wá láàmú wọn ò ní gbé wá fún wa iṣẹ́ táwọn Ìyámi ti yọ́nú sí òun ló máa gbé wá fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè bá a ṣe ń lù á máa dún bá a ṣe ń já ewé á máa jẹ́ fún wa bá a ṣe ń lọ egbò á máa jẹ́ fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè àní fọmọ ṣiṣẹ́ àní fọkọ ṣiṣẹ́ àní fara wa ṣiṣẹ́ àní gbèrè ẹlẹ́rù sórí ká fa tiwa sọ́wọ́ àwọn tó láyé àwọn tó nílẹ̀ wọ́n á bá wa ṣe tiwa láṣẹ pé bá a ṣe ń jókòó tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ ẹrú mọ́lẹ̀ àwọn tó láyé àwọn tó nílẹ̀ àwọn aláṣẹkù wọ́n á bá wa ṣe tiwa láṣẹ pé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ àṣẹ 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 àṣẹ. Ogbo Atoyin, thank you so much for joining us again. It's been an amazing time. I will see you tomorrow, 6 a.m. Nigerian time on Ashe for Today, where we delve into one essay per day, break it down to how it is applicable to our own lives, our own everyday life. So if you have not followed this page, please follow. I don't understand why you are not following. You stay there for 4 hours and you have still not followed. Follow and subscribe and share and like and turn on notifications and do whatever wonderful thing you are supposed to do so that the next time we go live, you will be notified. I'll see you tomorrow, 6 a.m. Nigerian time, 1 a.m. on the EST. If you joined late, Mr. Mike and his fellow latecomers, go to YouTube, Iyanifa Ewa TV, and catch a replay. Iyanifa, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm grateful.
Well,
Tag me whenever you talk about Irosumeji. The person that wants to know about Irosumeji, go to the YouTube channel. We have talked about Irosumeji in one of the episode of Ashe for Today.
It's
so
recent.
Go to it's recent, right? It was on the episode 2, yes. So go to Iyanifa Ewa TV on YouTube. Scroll down, you will find the video where we talked about Irosumeji. Ẹ ṣé gan ni o, Ifá gbè wá, àwọn alálẹ̀ ilẹ̀.